We're live.
I want to steal a poll question.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Wow, people are fired up this morning. Brown chicken, that Clemson, Florida game yesterday was amazing.
That catch to keep the game going was ridiculous.
Damn ridiculous. The fact that he hit the 3-run homer in the top of the inning, it's unreal.
Who'd Brad Ralph piss off? How's he still coaching in this league?
It's funny, I was thinking about that this morning. How many times do you think he's turned down a potential AHL head coach, AHL assistant, NHL assistant gig?
I doubt an NHL assistant. In ambient, I didn't watch a second, not a single solitary second of the French Open. Not one. Not Rafa losing, not Alcaraz winning. Don't care.
When Coco Gauff got beat in the semis, I didn't watch a point over the weekend. Apparently the last one for NBC. Turner takes over now. Felipe watched? Felipe wasn't a tennis fan.
Yeah, he was.
Felipe was? I thought Trent was.
They both are.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, there's two different kinds of sweeps. There's the Phillies 7-2 sweep over the Brewers, and there was the Orioles 20-5 sweep over the Rays.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Monday, the 10th of June. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for starting the week with us. How's heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Week 2 of you pulling double duty. How you holding up?
I'm doing just fine. Ready to go. I will say it has me up a lot earlier.
I figured it'd cost you a half hour.
That's about right. I get myself here earlier than I ever did before. Probably 15 to 20 minutes earlier, but there's no thought of a snooze button.
Okay. Is it unnerving being the first car in the parking lot?
Today, I'm the only car in the parking lot. I don't know. They must have a day off around here because there's nobody here.
Wow. Once again, Miller and Moulton. This is the Pat Kerwin influence on us. All we do is work.
He gets paid for it, though.
He does. Yep. He's got benefits and everything. Yes. Right. Well, I kind of feel like, we're a Class A affiliate of Pat Kerwin.
That would be about right. We're a minor league team.
Well,
You know what? That's nothing wrong with being a minor league team.
we're Lynchburg, I think. I don't know. Pick a Class A city near you. But how was your weekend?
It was not a lot to it. Didn't do a lot. The weekend kind of came and went, and it's Monday again, David.
Well, a big week for us this week, right? With it being Father's Day on Sunday, this is our week, right? People are going to think about us, plan to do things for us next weekend, right?
Yeah, I don't see that happening for me personally because I'm leaving town Wednesday night and coming back on Sunday. So I'm just hoping they pick me up at the airport.
Yeah, my wife informed me over the weekend. She said, "What are we doing for Father's Day?" What do you mean we? It's kind of a me day, just like Mother's Day. I wasn't really consulted on what are we doing on Mother's Day. And she said, "Well, I'm getting a massage. What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, okay.
Happy Father's Day."
Right.
Again.
Exactly. Yep. How much tip money you need for that also. Okay, good. So, well, the horse racing's Triple Crown has come and gone. By the way, how about us handing out winners?
Well, how about you handing out winners?
Well, I handed out the winner, but I mean, we actually did pretty well with the draw. We handed out if you took our horses and didn't just bet them all to win. Okay, because you and I don't like to necessarily, although you did take Sierra Leone.
I did.
In the Belmont, but we always look for that value. We're looking for a 10-1 or higher play in every horse race. I thought we were pretty good with those plays this year. But yeah, I actually got the Belmont right. It was nice to have a 17-1 winner. That'll make me feel good. French Open has come and gone. By the way, I don't know if anybody cares. Anybody watch that anymore in this country? It's a tennis. For those unaware.
I'll be interested, David. I have to be honest, and I love the Triple Crown. The Belmont came and went Saturday, and I was locked into a college baseball game on Saturday.
And you missed it?
Yeah, it was on Fox.
That's right. Just like now, beginning next year, the French Open's going to be on Turner.
And it didn't pop up on my television when I turned it on. The one thing about YouTube TV, it does a pretty good job of knowing what I like, and usually it just shows me because I'll watch all the prelim races. And I got locked into, was it Evansville in Tennessee on Saturday, game 2 of their 3-game set, and that turned out to be a pretty damn good game. And this just in, college baseball lasts a little while.
Oh, does it ever? Does it ever? I will say though, we had a lively that Florida Clemson game yesterday was outstanding. We got players ejected, managers ejected. Okay, dramatic 3-run homers to tie it in the 9th. As good a catch as you'll ever see. I mean, come on. I mean, that they were comparing it to Willie Mays in the 54 World Series.
And rightly so.
And at the time, it saved the season. Because if that ball hits the ground, Florida wins, Clemson's season's over. Because of that catch, Clemson played for another hour and 15 minutes till they lost. So, but I have to admit, The baseball got me over the week. I actually watched a little, and not just because my team was involved. I actually said, you know what? Let me check out this London atmosphere. Are they remotely into this at all? And they were.
I turned on a little Yankees Dodgers last night on TVB while I was watching the NBA final. So I watched a lot of college baseball over the weekend.
All right, there you go. Baseball making its case.
Its
To grab your
debut
attention
in June.
Well, it's just there's a lot of stuff in its way before June. It's part of my argument. If you split the season in half, the halfway point's in like 3-4 weeks, and these games would be really big, and baseball needs that. But both finals are underway, and the home teams have done nothing but win them. Boston up 2-0 in their series. Does that series feel over, or does that series feel like, okay, now let's see what Dallas has heading home? And I could see this being 2-2 going back to Boston. Curious how people feel about that. Bob Ryan will join us to talk about the NBA Finals and a few other things as well. And, Mark, sports is funny. I mean, I talk about the sports gods, and a lot of people give me a hard time about that. And I do believe in the sports gods. And here's why. What has happened to the Edmonton Oilers in the last week? Okay? Because what is one of the expressions that we have to get through life? God has a sense of humor. Okay? Well, the sports gods do too. Because, Mark, how did Edmonton get to the Stanley Cup final?
Their power play, their offense,
but specifically Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals.
Well, their goalie stole one for them.
You mean when they were outshot 35-10?
Right.
Right.
That game with their goalie stole for them.
Right. So the next time they play a competitive game, what happens?
Well, the Florida goalie steals a game.
See, now tell me that's not the sports gods also having a sense of humor. See, I give you one, and I can just as easily take it away. Because even though the shot discrepancy was not quite 35-10, it was like 32-17, 33-17? And they were all over Florida for large stretches of that game. They dominated that game.
Mark Messier was beside himself every intermission. What should they do? Keep doing the same thing. I don't know what to tell you. They're playing great.
Right. When you're the losing coach, you go to the podium. What are you going to do differently? I really don't know. I hope that Bobrovsky has a few, chinks in the armor. I don't know. If Chris Knobloch the Edmonton Oilers head coach had stood before the podium and said, I don't know, I just have the Pink Floyd song The Wall in my head right now as you guys are talking. Because I think that's what we ran into tonight. And so it's funny how that works. And also when things like that happen in the final, don't you think it's your year? Florida totally ham and egg to win. This is match play. And Mark, you're hitting fairways, greens, and you got 10 to 15-foot birdie putts all day. And I'm shaking your hand at 18 with a one-up win, and you're like, what the heck? I mean, this is Hale Irwin playing with Seve Ballesteros in the 79 British Open going, how did I lose to this guy? I was in the fairway all day. I never saw him. So I enjoyed that. I tuned in NHL radio yesterday morning just to see if people saw the irony in Canada, and they don't. They're no. Mm-mm.
No, David, they don't find a lot of irony in that, given the fact that the team they're rooting for, and by they I mean the entire nation is rooting for,
correct,
played a terrific hockey game. And got shut out 3-0.
Got beat 3-spit, right? Where's our buddy John Forsland when we need him? That's hockey, baby. Get a goalie involved. You get a starting pitcher or a goalie involved, and crazy stuff can happen. It just can. Doesn't matter what everything else going around. Those people can just totally influence the game.
And
So
Bobrovsky was last year's playoff Bob, of which he was carrying them through the postseason. This year, the team's been able to carry Florida equally with their goaltender. But on Saturday night, it was the goaltender who was brilliant for the Florida Panthers as they win game one.
we talked about that on Friday, that to show how much better they are this year than last year. Yeah, they got to the finals last year, but Bob was having to face 35, 40 shots a night and having to stand on his proverbial head every night. And he hadn't had to do that hardly at all, if at all, yet in this postseason. Game one, the team looked at him and said, we just don't have it tonight. What do you got? He goes, I got this. We're good. So, by the way, did you like the boxing, MMA, NBA type introduction that the NHL went with, bringing the cup out onto the ice, all right, and presenting it there before they did the starting lineups?
I was miffed that they did it. My wife, for the record, loved it. Loved the cup coming out. We were watching the game. She thought it was really cool. I was stunned. The cup's not supposed to come out unless someone can win the damn thing.
Well, just wanted to show everybody what they're playing for. To me, it was like boxing. When the person comes out, they got the belts on their shoulders and they just stand there to let the fighters know, this is it. One of you is putting all these on. Just so you know, this is what you're fighting for. I thought McDavid was staring at the sucker. He had the camera in his face. There was the cup. I just thought he was staring at it. Like, oh, man, I got to win one of those.
Yes, he does.
I got to win one of those.
Yes, he does.
Miller and Moulton. There's a lot to kick around. Hell, we haven't even gotten into the biggest damn story of the weekend yet. We'll do it next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty.
Well, first off, ambient. Part of the reason why it doesn't get more viewers is there hasn't been a American male worth watching since Roddick, and Roddick's been done for 15 years. So the tennis worth watching in this country for a lot of fans has been women's tennis. I said it 2 weeks ago. I don't like the French Open. I don't like clay court tennis. I like hard court tennis. Love Wimbledon. I do think also, I liked serve and volley tennis. That's non-existent now. That sucks. By the way, DC, I totally disagree with you. The Panthers were not sitting back in a trap. You don't give up 3 breakaways in a trap.
Thank you.
All right. The Panthers got outskated. The Panthers were not as good with the puck getting out of their zone and in the neutral zone, especially the first 2 periods. They played the first 12 minutes of the third period the way they had played in the playoffs. They got their forecheck going, a lot of time in Edmonton zone. We'll have the Blades head coach on, by the way, at 9 o'clock to talk about the psychology of a three-peat. Did you see the Paul Maurice shutout to the Blades?
I did not.
Before he started his press. That's how he started. He sat down, and before he took questions, he did 35 seconds on the Blades. He said, "Congratulations to Brad Ralph," and then he mentioned his son's name, and he stopped and he said, 2 years in professional hockey, he's got 2 rings. Room chuckled. He said he's going to be insufferable. But then he said, "I don't care what level of hockey you're at." He goes 3 championships in a row. And clearly he had been updated because he said they came from behind in the third and won it in overtime. So that's remarkable. First off, Kilo's dad, I got to admit, you're a little. We know you're a big Orioles fan, but first off, that's all you comment about. And secondly, so what? You sweep the Yankees in June, honestly. I mean, Kilo, at this point, it's all about October for the Orioles. They're clearly going to be in the playoffs. Maybe you'll win the division, maybe you'll be the 4 seed, whatever. I mean, you won 101 games last year and lost in the playoffs. I mean, if you win the division and lose in the playoffs, how's this year going to feel? I mean, don't you at least have to get to an LCS if you're an Orioles fan?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes after the hour. Thanks for waking up with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bob Ryan to join us, 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. And David Dwork, a couple hours from now as we look ahead to Game 2 in the battle for Lord Stanley's Cup, with the Panthers doing something they've never done before in the finals, actually taking a lead in the series, up 1-0.
And did so not playing their best hockey.
No. Which to me, obviously 2 ways to look at it. Because Mark, I remember, and granted, personal reference because they're my team, but I remember in '94, the Rangers lost in overtime Game 1 and dominated. I mean, McLean made like 40 saves. I remember thinking after the game, we play 6 more games like this. There's no way we don't win the Cup. And sure enough, that's what the Rangers said after the game. Rangers are like, listen, we hope to play 6 more games like this one. And if he steals the Cup, he steals the Cup. I mean, can you convince yourself of that as the team? I mean, come on. We play 6 more games like this. Come on. I mean, we're going to be on the winning end of the handshake line. Isn't that what you try to convince yourself?
100%, David, because there wasn't an area really that, other than goaltending, that Edmonton didn't outplay the Florida Panthers. They had more grade A scoring chances. They had the breakaways. They had seemingly everything going their way. But Bobrovsky was terrific.
And even when they had the power play, they ended up 0 for the power play, largely because of the goalie. I mean, they had Florida running around like crazy, shorthanded most of the time. Just the goalie was tremendous. But we'll get back to the hockey. We got plenty of time for that. So we talked about this possibility 2 months ago. When we brought up, we said, hey, if you're the U.S. Olympic Committee, so what are you going to do? You're going to put Caitlin Clark on the team? I mean, you're going to have 12, quote unquote, better, unquote, players, but there's more to it than that, right? Well, turns out, no. They didn't put her on the team. And the sports world went a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over the weekend. And I'm just curious, your gut feeling, we all know the layers to this. At least I think we all do. All right? But your gut reaction when you heard it.
Well, David, I have to say I wasn't as surprised as I would have been a month ago. The way the season has gone, and I don't mean in a bad way, just the way that it seems that other players don't seem to like her.
Yeah, well, they're jealous.
Right. And when you put together a team, are you going to throw that jealousy part into it and make them all play around that, or are you going to just avoid it? And it looked as if USA Basketball wants to avoid it. They're going to stand behind their picking the best team. And I would have had her on the team.
I think most people would have had. There were people whose opinion I was very surprised, like Christine Brennan, and maybe the leading female sports writer in America right now. Okay. And she is like, they made a big mistake here. And she's been covering, 30 years of U.S. women's Olympic basketball. She has said we're more dominant on the women's side than we are on the guys' side, and it's not even close, actually. And if you go through the evidence since 92, it isn't close. But she said, but nobody's really been paying attention. I've been pounding the table for 20 years. Why are not more people paying attention to U.S. women's basketball? They're not. And so she said, she one of the 12 best players in the world. No, but you had to put her on the team. And I thought their out mark was Christian Laettner. And it got me thinking, if the WNBA season had not started, would she be on the team?
And gone the Laettner route of what you're talking about, of adding the collegiate or two on the team to fill out the back end of the roster.
Right. The U.S. men's dream team, 92, and we had, 11 Hall of Famers. And we all know Isaiah Thomas got left off, but there were other pros that we could have put on the team. But it was a marketing decision. I mean, first off, the dream team was a marketing decision. And then the 12th member of the team, they said, let's put the college player of the year. By the way, he was not drafted first. Shaq was drafted first. Mourning was drafted second. But they put Laettner on because he had just wrapped up as good a college career as we had seen since Moulton. And they said, we're going to put the most high profile, best college player on the team. And I'm just
And there were
wondering,
people pounding the table back then for Shaq.
right?
I mean, there were articles written. There were people saying if you're going to put the best collegiate on the team, Shaquille O'Neal is the guy who's the best collegiate, even though he didn't win the awards. There was a backlash from Leitner going on that team.
Never mind, obviously, Leitner over Isaiah Thomas or anybody else from the NBA. But listen, is it unfortunate that women's basketball and U.S. women's Olympic basketball needs the marketing help that they still clearly need? Of course. But since they still need it, I was very surprised they didn't put her on the team. Christine Brennan's reporting, and she didn't out who her sources were, but she did basically tell you they were players on the team. And they said one of the things we were really worried about was we're going to get all these people who don't normally pay attention to us, and then they're going to be paying attention to us, and then she's not going to be playing because she's going to be the worst player on the team. And we're going to play her maybe 6 minutes a night, maybe. And then how are they going to react to that? And so her sources basically told her, we don't want to deal with that part of this either. That if she was going to play 18 plus minutes a night, it'd be a different story. But, we got 6 guards on this team. She would have been number 6. When are we going to play her? I don't know. It seems
If you're that dominant, she might have got more than 6 minutes a game.
I agree with you. Right. She might
If
not
you're
have
that
played
dominant, then it doesn't matter.
Right. She might not
If
have
you're
played
that
a
far
stressful
away
minute.
the best team in the world, there are ways to put her on the court.
I agree. Now, listen, I mean, they left better players than her off the team. I mean, this Enrique, Anguagali, I know I mispronounced her last name there. She's averaging 27 points a game in the WNBA. They kept her off the team. And she was a college sensation also when she played just a handful of years ago. So, I mean, they clearly left better players off the team. But I'm wondering, should that be our poll question? All right. Something, I don't know. Do you think they made a mistake? Okay. If you were the U.S. Women's Olympic Committee, would you have put Caitlin Clark on the team? I don't know. Yes. No, she's not one of the 12 best. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking for a poll question.
All right.
I mean,
Let's make that happen.
If you got something better, but
No.
that's
No. Let's do that one. However we want to word it.
Okay, I guess we'll figure it out during the break.
Look at that. Poll
Yeah.
question already.
I know.
Couple of guests lined up on the show.
3, in fact.
And the
Right.
starting 5. That's next right here on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had
Do you agree with USA Basketball's decision to leave Caitlin Clark off the Olympic basketball team? Yes or no?
You could probably take basketball out a second time and just go Olympic team. Works for me.
Up.
No, ambient. It's been a week. I don't know if we have any candidates.
Interviewing anybody. That's funny. You must have watched a different game than I did because Luca whined all night, EB. Luca whines all night every night. Ambient, are you not satisfied with the job I'm doing as Trent's replacement? I've texted with him. He answers the phone at 5:30 in the morning so we can get on the air. So
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. Bob Ryan will join us at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. We'll look ahead to Game 2 in the battle for Lord Stanley's Cup with David Dwork a couple hours from now. And a team has just three-peated, and their head coach will join us. And we'll get into the psychology of a three-peat. Do you address it? Do you talk about it? Does it just happen? Andy Reid and the Chiefs, they're taking their shot. The Lightning took their shot a couple years ago. Their head coach, Florida Everblades head coach, Brad Ralph. They've just done something no team's ever done in the ECHL before. We'll talk to him at 9 a.m. Eastern to get our Diamond District bonus hour started. Mark, I don't know if you noticed, but today, well, we got a lot going on today. I had it right here, too, on my phone, and then, well, it went away. I don't know why it went away. About what the national day was today. Damn, I had it, too. I really did.
I apologize. I hadn't even gone that far yet. We have a poll question, so I didn't look to see what national. day it was.
I could see why you're like, listen, we got a poll question up before 7 a.m. Eastern, David. Do you really want me to check what today? Today is National Frosted Cookie Day, National Egg Roll Day, National Herbs and Spices Day. That's for you because I don't.
I like a little herb.
Herb, you're a Herb Garlic fan,
Herb.
are you?
Yeah, I like herb garlic.
Today's National Black Cow Day. That sounds discriminatory to me. Today's National Iced Tea Day. I thought that might be where we go with our poll question if we didn't go Caitlin Clark and the Olympic controversy. You know, how do you like your tea? You know, room temperature, cold, sweetened, unsweetened. I didn't know. I just thought we could do. And today's National Ballpoint Pen Day. Didn't realize that they were crying out for one.
A lot of days, David, that we don't need.
Whew, boy, are there ever. 20 minutes now before the hour. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Celtics up 2 spit. They kind of kept Dallas at arm's length for a good chunk of the second half, 105-98. The final, by the way, 6.5 was the spread. Boston won by 7. Also, the game goes under once again. I mean, Dallas has yet to score 100 in a game in this series, so you got to figure the under so far is the play. It was a 3-point game at the half. Boston led by 9 going to the 4th. Dallas cut it to 5 with a minute to go. Driving to the basket. Great block. Celtics come down and score. Ball game. Luka was terrific. 32, 11, and 11. 23 of the 32 in the first half. Well, let's be honest. You know, his Sundance, his Robin, he's not played well.
Not at all.
No. Kyrie has not played well. There's no way they're going to win unless Kyrie plays well. Luka's, what, 30 and 32?
Yeah, I mean, 32, 11, and 11 last night
Yeah.
for Luka. He can't play any better than that, really.
No. Drew Holiday was terrific, 26 points, 11 rebounds. Celtics, who had 6 in double figures in game 1, had 5 in double figures last night. And,
Let me ask you, David.
Mhm.
Game 1, Stanley Cup Finals. Game 2, NBA Final. Who let one slip away? Because Boston shot horribly from beyond the... I mean, that was a game that Dallas needed to win based on the way Boston played, if you know what I mean.
Well, and also because of the tempo of the game. Like Dallas has Boston, 107 and 105 is what Boston has scored in the first 2 games. I think Jason Kidd would take that. I mean, it's a team that scores in the 1-teens on average. So, Mark, if you had told me the Mavs were going to hold the Celtics to 105 in game 2, I would have said, A, well, then they're going to cover, and they didn't by a half a point. But that B, oh, that's the one they got to get.
Not to mention Tatum didn't score much last night. He had a terrible shooting night, although he had a lot of assists and did a lot of other intangibles. But that was the game for Dallas, and they didn't take it, David.
Agreed. And in game 1, what the Celtics hit? 16 threes?
Right.
16-7 was the margin in terms of 3-pointers. Last night, I know late in the game, the Celtics were shooting 24%. They actually hit a few fourth-quarter threes. They ended up at 26%. They hit 10 threes. But for the longest time, they were at 6, and they were below 25%.
Well, the half court at the end of the third quarter didn't help things for
No, it really didn't. No.
the Mavs. That was kind of really?
Yeah, it took 6 to 9, and it's like, we don't need this. I will say, though, Mavs, 7 threes in game 1, 6 threes in game 2. I mean, Boston has taken, and Dallas was not a great 3-point shooting team, didn't rely on the 3 a ton. Well, they're not getting any great production from beyond the arc either. Only 6 threes last night, 13 so far through 3 games. To me, the series feels over. I mean, Dallas is going to get at least a game in at home, but To me, the series feels over. Boston's too versatile. I could argue that Tatum hasn't played a good offensive game yet in the series, and they're up 2-0.
I don't think you have to argue it. I think that's a fact. I mean, I don't even think that's an arguable point.
I mean, he was 6 for 22 last night, 1 of 7 from beyond the arc. I mean, and they won.
What did he have in game 1? 12, 14 points, something like that?
Yeah, I thought it was 15, something like that. But yeah. So, I mean, think about it. If Tatum's averaging 16 points a game, basically, through the first 2 games of the finals, you didn't get one of them? Because Porzingis and Drew Holiday. Now, I mean, if you're Dallas, in a way, Mark, listen, Porzingis, as much as anybody, beat him in game 1, and Drew Holiday, as much as anybody, beat him in game 2. I mean, at some point, if you say, well, we're going to make somebody other than your 2 all-NBA players beat us, and they have. Well, don't you tip your cap a little bit to them and say,
a little bit, but I'd like to see if their 2 all-NBA players can have a game first. Kyrie's going to have to play unbelievably well at home.
A couple of other NBA notes for Chet Walker, a Hall of Famer. He was the original The Jet, not Kenny Smith. Chet Walker, who was a part of the 67 76ers. That's the Wilt Chamberlain Sixers team that dethroned the Celtics after they had won 8 consecutive titles and held the record for the longest time for most wins in a regular season. They won 68 games. Then he went and was on some really good Bulls teams in the early 70s. Chet Walker passed away at 84. And Danny Hurley is going to make his decision today. He's meeting with his team this morning in UConn, and then he's going to announce his decision. Okay, if you're reading the tea leaves, so he and his wife fly out to LA. They spend all day Friday with the Lakers, and the whole deal. I have no idea if they took him around a neighborhood and showed him housing or anything. I have no idea. Or if they're just going to pay him so much money, hey, you can find it on your own. So then he takes a red eye back, he and his wife. And Saturday night, he, his wife, and his number 1 assistant are at the Billy Joel concert at Madison Square Garden. You going to read anything into that? Remember, his whole life's in the Northeast. She's from Jersey. He's from Jersey. The families live between Jersey and Connecticut. The farthest he's ever traveled in his professional career for a job is Rhode Island. He's at the Billy Joel concert Saturday. I mean, can you imagine he's looking at Jeannie Buss going, hey, we got to wrap this up, guys. I got a red eye and I got the Joel concert tomorrow. No?
One last show?
Okay. I say he's staying. Most people think he's going.
I think he's gone.
I think he's staying.
I hope you're right, David.
I
really and truly do.
I think he's just let the NBA world know what his price tag is going to be, and he's put the Celtics, the Knicks, the Nets, and the Sixers on notice. I really do. Tom Thibodeau, lease, don't buy. That's what I think is going to come of this. Game 2 in the battle for Lord Stanley's Cups tonight, 8 o'clock ABC. Florida up 1-0. Hasn't been a team come back from a 2-0 deficit in the finals since Boston in 2011. Over the weekend, the Florida Everblades won their 3rd straight Kelly Cup. No one at the ECHL level had ever done that before. Congrats to them. Baseball. Orioles have taken the first 3 games of their 4-gamer with the Rays to the tune of 20-5. Game 3 was 9-2. The Orioles 2.5 back of the Yankees, who finally beat the Dodgers yesterday 6-4. They hit 3 homers. Judge hit one of them, his 24th. Guardians doubled up the Marlins, taking 2 of 3 in that series, 6-3. Mets split the London series, scoring 3 in the 9th to beat the Phillies 6-5. Washington scored 7 in the 4th to beat the Braves 8-5. Our Reds saw their 7-game winning streak snapped. Mark, Cubs beat them 4-2. Detroit scored 8 times in the 5th to beat Milwaukee 10-2. Cardinals got a 4-game split with the Rockies. They beat them 5-1. Twins scored 7 in the 10th inning to beat Pittsburgh 11-5. Seattle over KC 6-5 in 10 to avoid a sweep. Texas avoided the sweep against the Giants, beating them 7-2. They're 5 back of the Mariners. Boston, another 10-inning game, beat the White Sox 6-4. By the way, White Sox, we said they were going to win Friday, snap their 14-game win streak. Guess what? They won.
They sure did, David. That was a bold call by you.
Actually, I had a great Friday, Saturday.
You had a good weekend.
We got our 3 baseball picks right on Friday, and we called the Belmont winner. Angels 9-7 over the Astros on a walk-off. Toronto 6-4-10 over Oakland. Blue Jays have won 4 of 5. And Arizona beat the Padres 9-3. Congrats to the Gators, who took 2 from Clemson, including 11-10 yesterday in 13 innings to go back to Omaha. They joined Florida State in Omaha. They joined Tennessee, who won the rubber game against Evansville in Omaha. They joined A&M, who swept Oregon 15-9. And they joined Kentucky, who swept Oregon State 3-2. So that's it for the Pac-12, right? Oregon State baseball got eliminated. It's over. That's it. Conference is over. So 7 of the 8 teams have made it to Omaha. Only team left, Georgia or North Carolina State. They play 7 o'clock tonight. The winner goes to the College World Series. By the way, hats off to the University of Tampa. They won their 9th Division II national title over the weekend in baseball. Swatek, the top seed on the women's side, won her 3rd straight title. Alcaraz, the 3 seed, won the French in 5 sets. Okay, it's his 3rd major. Coco Gauff teamed up to win the doubles title, her first Grand Slam doubles title. Scotty Scheffler didn't even play well, didn't make a putt over 10 feet all week, and won the Memorial, his 5th win of the year. Carlos Ortiz won the LIV event in Houston. John Rahm had to withdraw due to injury. His back doesn't look good. All right, remember, it's U.S. Open week. And Sweden.
John Rahm, who's that? Never heard of him.
Sweden's Linnea Strom shot a 60. She made the cut on the number Saturday, shot an 11 under 60 to win on the LPGA Tour by 1 yesterday. That's pretty incredible. Kyle Larson found out in the morning that NASCAR is going to let him in the playoff. He said, well, I'll take it from here. He then won at Sonoma. Ross Chastain still winless, but he finished 5th. Verstappen, a winner in F1. They've had 9 races this year. He's won 6 of them. What else we got? Oh, okay. The UFL championship mark. It'll be Skip Holtz and the Birmingham Stallions against Wade Phillips and the San Antonio Brahmas. They'll be playing Sunday, 5 o'clock.
Always had a soft spot for the Brahmas, David.
Hey, don't laugh. Remember that interview we did with Wade Phillips, in which he came on our show and he said, well, if you want to win, you'd hire me. When these people hired me, went to the Super Bowl. These people hired me, went to the playoffs. These people hired me, went to the Super Bowl. I don't know. I'm just saying. And that's 7 minutes before the hour. That was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Dornock won the Belmont. Caitlin Clark was kept off the U.S. Women's Olympic basketball team. I mean, there was other stuff that happened, but that was just, that was just from yesterday.
Yeah, Scheffler, he made a triple bogey.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, no,
on Saturday.
I don't even
back in it.
I mean, I guess from a ball striking standpoint, you could say he brought his B game, I guess. But, I mean, he shot under par both rounds on the weekend and won. Or over par, I mean. I'll tell you what, I don't know if the tour players like that course. It's Jack's course. They're not going to say anything about it, but they struggle to make par there.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from
So apparently the Washington Capitals purchased the website Cap Friendly, and they're going to shut it down. As soon as free agency hits, they're shutting it down. They bought the site to shut it down. I guess that site must have honked a few people in the NHL off.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. We hope you had a great weekend. Thanks so much for being with us. Legendary sports writer, although a generation of sports fans know him probably for all his guest appearances on the ESPN Talking Head shows. Bob Ryan to join us 1 hour from now. We'll talk a little NBA Finals. We'll get his 2 cents on Caitlin Clark being left off the U.S. Olympic women's basketball team. He obviously was there with the whole Leitner being put on the dream team and can give us comparison and what have you. Bob Ryan, 1 hour from now. We'll preview the Stanley Cup Finals. David Dorr covers the Panthers for the hockey news. He will join us in about 90 minutes' time. Did you hear what Caitlin Clark had to say?
I did. Basically, this is going to fuel her, and she is using this as incentive to improve her play and make the next Olympic team and do all kinds of great things. Yes.
As crazy as this may sound, because you and I both watched her at Iowa, but one of the questions that we asked while people were watching her, I mean, just to put it in comparison, the women's basketball national championship game in college did just under 18 million. It did 17 and change, and the change was pretty big. Game 1 of the NBA Finals did 11.
Which is the second lowest or third lowest number that game's ever garnered.
Right. Take San Antonio, Cleveland, LeBron's first final in 2007 was lower. Take away the 2 COVID finals in 20 and 21. They took those, they put them to the side. If you're just going finals, right, game 1, Celtics Mavs, just under 11 million. And that's on network television on a Thursday night, pretty good TV night. And they got that sucker over before 11 o'clock also. And it did just under 11 million. 17 and change. Watch South Carolina cap off an unbeaten season, beating Iowa. Mark, it hit me Friday night. Literally, I was thinking about this, and the story broke on Saturday that she was going to be left off the Olympic team. It hit me Friday night. Do you know what I was watching Friday night on TV? Now, I mean, we got things going on in our family. My wife's got health issues. She goes to bed early. She's got major surgery coming up. I mean, we're trust me, the lights are out in our condo 8:30. If there's a light on, it's because of me. So I'm hanging out alone Friday night by 9 o'clock, 8:30. And I'm like, what's on? I watched almost an entire WNBA game on Ion television. Do you even know where that is?
I don't believe I get it. I'm not positive because I made the switch to YouTube TV. David, I don't even know if I get that network.
You may not. Okay. And I'm curious because, with what you subscribe to, the sports comes up on Friday nights, and there was some college baseball going on, but there was no NBA, no NHL Friday night. There was a couple of college baseball games. There was Major League Baseball, obviously. And then there was WNBA. And the game that they showed was Indiana against Washington. Two teams combined, Mark, wait for it, that were 2-19. There were 20,000 people in the arena. They normally play an arena that seats about 4,200. They moved it to where the Caps and the Wizards play. Tickets sold out in less than an hour. And I watched it. It was entertaining. Oh, by the way, Caitlin Clark scored 30. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. It was a good game. Came down to the end. I think Indiana won by 2. Washington had a 3 to win the game at the buzzer. Okay. All right. But I realized, wow, I think I just spent 2 hours watching the WNBA. I don't know how many times, Mark, I'm 58 years old. The league's been around a quarter century. I don't know how many times I'd ever done that.
Will you do it again?
Yeah.
That's really the question.
And for the record, if you're new to the show in Jacksonville and Huntsville or elsewhere, I'm in the top 1% in terms of watching and promoting women's sports of all the sportscasters in the country that are not covering it on a daily basis. That's a fair statement, isn't it, Mark?
It's an incredibly fair statement. You've worn me out over the years that I watch far more women's sports now than I ever did when you and I joined forces nearly 20 years ago.
And there's a couple of reasons for that, with the exception of one person. The dominant people growing up in my life were women. When I cut my teeth in broadcasting in college, the first team I did was a Division III women's basketball team that won the national title. So I've always had a good appreciation for women's sports as a teenager and going forward. And, anyway. So I'm not like most people who just stumbled upon women's basketball because of Caitlin Clark. I mean, I've done 20 years of women's basketball play-by-play before. I'm a women's sports fan. I love the LPGA Tour. I do. I love it. All right? That's something not 6 people have ever said publicly. But I just realized, wow, I just watched 2 hours. And I mean, Mark, I didn't change the channel. During commercial breaks, I just went to my phone. I came back and put my phone down. And then the next day, they left Caitlin Clark off the team. And I went, oh, wow. I wish you had called me. I don't know if you fully realize what you did here. Maybe you do and you don't care, but oh, wow. This was a mistake.
It was a huge mistake. From a pure marketing standpoint of their sport, they admit they are missing a great opportunity to put it this way. Where do you think the women's basketball, do you think that'll get a main NBC run?
Oh, wow, Mark, that is a great question. Take us into the programming room of NBC where women's basketball was going to be with Caitlin Clark. That was going to be on the main channel. That it was maybe at worst case scenario, whatever their second channel is, depending on what they were up against, because we all know, I mean, gymnastics is always on the main channel.
Right.
But it's in Paris. It's 6 hours ahead of time. So a lot of things can be taped and what have you. This can be all packaged. But I mean, Mark, how many times would the prime time 8 to 11 Eastern NBC viewing have been gymnastics, U.S. women's Olympic basketball team? If Caitlin Clark was on the team. Because, okay, even if she's not playing, you're going to keep watching until what, Mark?
Until she gets on the court and plays. Now, I do think this particular dream team that's put together, or this Olympic team on the men's side, will garner a lot of attention. The last time a lot of these guys are playing together, they're going to make a big deal out of that.
I agree.
But this would have been third.
Yeah. At worst, they would have gotten the second channel, whatever that's going to be. Yeah. Now, I think they'll try to give it decent placement, but I mean, a lot of this is going to be taped. I mean, I think you're going to see very little in prime time. when they tape it and repackage it, because obviously 8 o'clock in New York is 2 a.m. in Paris. So none of the basketball is going to be live for prime time. That would have all had to have been repackaged, edited down, etc. Did you grow up watching the Notre Dame highlight show Sunday morning at all? Or I know you're not a Notre Dame fan at all, but did you ever?
No.
Okay.
What's the matter with you?
No, come on now. Here's I'm just wondering if you saw this one time in the market that you grew up in, and maybe they didn't air in your market. But I used to love, I think it was I don't know if it was Lindsey Nelson or I don't know, Dave Dye, I don't know. Somebody voiced it. And then they would just, all of a sudden they would be like, and the last we saw when they went to commercial, it was 7-3 with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Due to time constraints, we move forward in the game. We pick it up now with 8:14 to go in the third quarter. Score still 7-3. Okay. That's what I think would have happened if Caitlin Clark was on the U.S. Olympic women's basketball team. We just would have heard one. We would have come back from break and they're up 18 late first half or second quarter, whatever they play internationally. And then they would have advanced it, okay, in which they're up like 23, but they took a half hour out. Boom. Here we go. Anyway, I digress. Mark, do you think also that this is where when you're in the room, when you're in the cocoon, you need to talk to people outside the cocoon because they obviously think very highly of themselves, and they should. U.S. Olympic women's basketball team may be the best team that we have in the Olympics, to be honest. Its record over the last 2 generations.
Probably the most sure team sport that will get gold in the U.S. because there's even people that doubt. I mean, there's people that think that the men has a shot to lose.
Right. No, some very good teams that we're going to have to beat. Right. And even in track and field, like we had this streak in 4x100 relay, but we dropped it one year. Okay. Tough to win without the baton. All right. Anyway, but don't you wish this is where somebody needed to say, listen, I know she's not one of the 12 best. I know you don't want to put her on the team, the jealousy, the whole thing, who you're going to leave off, etc. You need her. We don't need her. No, unfortunately you do. You're not where you want to be yet. Okay. Once again, I would have shown them the rating. 17.5 million people. Iowa, South Carolina women's basketball. I literally would have shown them game 1 NBA finals, 11 million. Iowa, South Carolina women's basketball, 17.5. And just say, why do you think this is?
Do you think it's that all of a sudden we wanted to watch women's college basketball or we wanted to watch Caitlin Clark?
It's up to you.
And that's the dilemma they're having, David. They seem to be in this weird stratosphere that says part of the ratings is because people have tuned into women's basketball, that they're not tuning in because of Caitlin Clark. And they think that they're just going to tune in because women's basketball is on a roll right now. And people will watch. Not
and they are.
Watched with Caitlin Clark.
No, I mean, listen, if you wanted to show them the WNBA rating so far from this year, Mark, average game with Caitlin Clark's drawn 1.1 million. Average game without Caitlin Clark, 450,000.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends.
You got anything here? Because I got something that I think you'll laugh at me about.
Oh, for sure.
Bob Ryan Mongo is in 45 minutes.
People really don't listen to this show.
No.
They hear it, but they don't listen.
No.
I've had 4 texts. You guys should give some love to the Florida Everblades. I'm like, we've mentioned them 3 times already, and we have Brad Rolfe on the show at 9. What the F else can we do for the effing Florida Everblades? Jesus. I don't know what you're apologizing for, Mongo. You asked a question about Bob Ryan. You didn't text about the. You're not the person that's texted about the Everblades 3 times this morning. Supposed to rain today?
Well, I know in Jacksonville, we're supposed to get rain beginning tomorrow and get it for the whole rest of the week. Apparently, it's going to be a decent amount of rain in the southeast this week.
Supposed to play in a golf tournament today.
Well, I hope you can get it in.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Legendary sports writer. Many people know him as a sports commentator. Bob Ryan from the Boston Globe to join us coming up 40 minutes from now. We'll talk about the NBA Finals, get his thoughts on the Caitlin Clark Olympic controversy. Bob Ryan to join us in 40 minutes' time. We'll look ahead to Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. David Dwork covers the Panthers for the Hockey News. He'll join us in a little more than an hour. And in our Diamond District bonus hour, Brad Rolfe, the head coach of the 3-time defending champ in the ECHL, the Florida Everblades. They just won the Kelly Cup for a third straight year. No one had ever done that before. Jacksonville had them down 3-1 in the first round, Mark. So we broadcast our bonus hour to Southwest Florida and Jacksonville.
They're not going to be very happy to hear Brad Ralph.
No, Blades have knocked them out of the playoffs each of the last 3 years. Can't win the Kelly Cup without going through Jacksonville, apparently, if you're Florida. But we'll talk to Brad Ralph, who got a nice shout out from Paul Maurice as he was beginning his media after winning game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. He spent the first 35 seconds congratulating the Brad Ralph. His son is part of the Blades organization. And as he said, he's been in pro hockey 2 years. He's got 2 championship rings. He's going to be insufferable. So Brad Ralph to join us at 9 a.m. Eastern. All right. I want people to know who Mark has been working with for almost 20 years now and why you need to have a lot more compassion for Mark. And some of you have great compassion for Mark, but you need to have more because this is how strange his co-host is. I did 2 things over the weekend that maybe you did when you were 9, when you were 11, when you were first collecting cards. You know, your sports fandom was just taking root. Mark, I had a moment Saturday, and I just figured, you know, what happens when Seattle and Las Vegas join the NBA? What are the divisions going to look like? What are the conferences going to look like? So I sat down and I worked it out. Not only did I work it out, I worked it out one of 2 ways, Mark. Do we want to go NFL, 8 4-team divisions, or do we just want to go, you know, let's stick with current NBA, 3 divisions. We'll go 2 divisions of 5, 1 division of 6 in both conferences. I laid it out both ways.
Why?
Mark, that's a great question. I can't answer it.
There wasn't a documentary on Netflix.
No.
There wasn't,
No.
I don't know,
No.
a garbage receptacle that needed to be emptied somewhere in your home.
But there is a great mystery in our neighborhood in Jacksonville why we don't have recycling and other neighborhoods nearby do. I could have spent time on that. I could have. I don't know. It was an inferno this weekend. It was like 98 to 100 degrees. It was hot everywhere. That if you're listening to our show right now, it was hot.
No, it was hot.
So I don't know. Maybe I ran an errand Saturday morning. I had NBA radio on. I don't know. But I did it. But then the Caitlin Clark story broke. And it got me thinking.
Which NBA markets would be most upset about Caitlin Clark not making the Olympic team?
Listen, it's all funny. I just want people to know how weird I am, okay? So I said, all right. They put Leitner on the 92 team and what have you. Yeah, we'll get into that. But I started thinking about, let's name a team where I put together a hypothetical. What if in 1984? Don't put your head down. Don't stop listening to me. Come on.
No.
now.
The earbuds are in, David. I'm going to listen.
All right.
I just might not be able to look at you.
And I understand that, and I've earned it. What if in 1984 we sent the pros to the Olympics in basketball? Would we have put either or both Patrick Ewing or Michael Jordan on our Olympic team? In the summer of 84, Jordan had just been drafted 3rd behind Olajuwon and Sam Bowie. And he was the National College Player of the Year. Ewing had just led Georgetown to the title. He was a junior. He was not entering the draft. He was coming back for his senior year at Georgetown. 2 dominant college players, 2 already, for various degrees, legendary college players. Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, summer of 84. Would we have put one or both on the 84 Olympic men's basketball team? So then, Mark, I had to go and figure out, well, who would we have put on the 84 team who were the pros?
Well, that's what I was going to ask, David.
So then, Mark, what do? You have to look up the All-Star Game rosters from 1984.
You went with the All-Star Game rosters, not the All-NBA rosters from the end of the season?
I went with the All-Star Game rosters.
Okay.
The West was Kareem, Mark Aguirre, Adrian Dantley, Walter Davis, Alex English, George Gervin, Magic, Ralph Sampson as a rookie, Kiki Vandeweghe, Jack Sikma, Jim Paxson, Ricky Green. That was the West. The East, Larry, Dr. J, Bernard King, McHale, Parrish, Isaiah, Kelly Tripucka, Lambeer, who I believe was an injury replacement for Tripucka, Andrew Toney, Jeff Rulin, Sidney Moncrief, Moses Malone, Bernard King.
So Parrish, Mo Malone, and Kareem are your big guys. I'm trying to figure out how we get Ewing on the team.
Well, it's interesting that you went Parrish because that's what I thought. I'm like, Kareem and Moses were guaranteed, or we're going to put Ewing on over Robert Parrish. That's what I thought would come down to. At shooting guard, the Iceman, George Gervin, had 2 years earlier had won MVP. He scored 27 a game in 84. He was still George Gervin, if you know what I mean. Gervin would have been one of the shooting guards. I actually think from position, if they had taken one of them, because he would have competed with Walter Davis, Jim Paxson, Andrew Toney, Otis Birdsong for a roster spot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I see the lane for Jordan being an easier lane to get on the team than I do for Ewing. And you have to remember how damn dominant Patrick Ewing was at the collegiate game.
Absolutely.
In the 80s.
Right.
But you are talking about Kareem, Moses, and Robert Parrish.
So, for the record, this is the Olympic team that I think you and I would agreed upon. The centers are Kareem, Malone, and Parrish.
Okay.
The point guards are Magic and Isaiah. The small forwards are Larry Bird, Dr. J, and Bernard King. Remember, this is 84 Bernard King. Okay, 40 points a game in the playoffs on average, Bernard King. Pistons had 3 guys on the All-Star team. Bernard beat them single-handedly, Bernard King. All right, power forward. I got McHale and Aguirre. I know Maguire, not really a power forward, but 1984 Mark Maguire, he's got to be not Mark Maguire. Okay,
Mark
but he's
Maguire.
Yeah, he's got to be on the team. Okay, and to me,
although power forward, Mark Maguire might have helped out a little bit. Had good size down low,
and he could shoot it from the outside, also stretch the. And then Gervin and Jordan. So that's what I did Saturday morning. What'd you all do, huh? Maybe spend quality time with your family? Go out and do something productive?
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of
today some sort of holiday I don't know about?
No. I don't. Is today Juneteenth?
That's what I wondered, if that's now a Beasley holiday. Thought it was June 10th.
No. I mean, Juneteenth was June 19th.
That's what I thought.
Kiki was a small forward. And yeah, I thought power forward was the weakest position on the team with who they took. You know, there was a lot of undersized centers.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for listening. Bob Ryan, the great Boston sports writer. Many of you know him from all his appearances, going all the way back to the Sports Reporters. We date ourselves, Mark. That was my Sunday morning routine. Sports Reporters, Meet the Press. Those were my Sunday mornings. And then during football season, we, get into the football shows.
Sports Reporters was must-watch viewing for a long time.
Mm-hmm. It was best with Dick Schaap, and then he got sick and tragically passed. John Saunders took it over, did a fine job. And then for whatever reason, apparently we had to start yelling at each other, Mark, just sitting around, being somewhat dignified, wearing a shirt and a tie and a sport coat. All right, that 15 years ago, that apparently became blasé.
And
Gotta
when you're
yell.
doing that, all I can think of is Gene Hackman watching Crossfire as he's screaming, as he's the politician in
Right.
Birdcage, screaming, and they're just screaming. It's the most intelligent show on television. That's all I think of.
The Hackman lines in that movie were great. Our poll question: do you agree with the U.S. Olympic Basketball Committee's decision to leave Caitlin Clark off the women's basketball team? Yay or nay? 2/3 of you right now do not agree. You think they made a mistake. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. I'd like to think this would be something you'd chime in about. Not all our questions are good. Figure this one you'd like. So we'll see.
Do you think the basketball series is over?
I do. Tatum's shooting like 30% for the series. He's averaging 17 points a game. And they've basically been beaten by Porzingis and Drew Holiday in 2 games. I mean, Jaylen Brown played a really, really good game 1. He was fine yesterday. But, Luka's had 2 really good games. I don't know how much better Luka's going to do going up against that team also.
Well, Luka in game 1 had 1 assist. So he was good, but part of his game that they rely on wasn't part of the game. Game 2, he had 11.
Right. But I'll say this, though, Mark. They didn't hit the shots. Okay? I watched a breakdown. He passed the ball in game 1. They didn't make squat.
Right.
They hit just a few more shots yesterday. But, I mean, Luka's averaging 31 a game. They haven't scored 100 yet in a game in this series. And Boston seems to have more wave of defenders than who it is that Dallas had to face getting through the West. I mean, you think about it. Luka can average 30 plus a game, and you can hold Dallas to under 100. I mean, Kyrie and company got to pick it up here. Luka ain't going to beat the Celtics.
And if Kyrie's not going to score, Dallas doesn't have anyone who can go for. To me, they don't have that third guy. Holiday scored a bunch of points last night. Porzingis scored a bunch of points in game 1. I don't see where Dallas has that third player who can put 20, 25 up on the board for him.
You mean you don't think Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to get it done, Mark?
No. I don't think Washington's going to get it done. And that seems to be a problem. They're going to need, I thought the number was closer to 55, David. The number might be closer to 65 of what they need of Kyrie and Luka to win.
By the way, bench points for the Mavs yesterday, 9. 9. So if you're looking for somebody, and Hardaway didn't even play. So, I mean, they got what they got. I mean, all 5 starters are in double figures. I mean, they shot 47, 48%. The thing is, they don't hit threes. I mean, Luka hit 4 of their 6 threes. The rest of the team shooting the 3 was 2 for 17 last night.
That's not going to get it done, David.
No, it's not. Has Kyrie hit a 3 yet?
He was 0 for in game 1.
Well, he went 0 for 3 last night.
That's 0 for 8 so far in 2 games, I believe.
Okay. I mean, here's the irony, though. We thought that their Batman and Robin was going to have to outscore Boston's Batman and Robin. Well, guess what? They have, even with Kyrie having 2 bad games. I mean, Tatum and Brown last night, Mark, at 39. Doncic and Kyrie at 48. You go back to game 1. I mean, Tatum had 16 in game 1. Jaylen Brown at 22. They had 38 in game 1. Hell, Luka at 32 by himself. But Boston's better.
And they've been better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
When Dallas has been able to get to the rim, Boston's been there to stop them at the rim.
Which is ironic because Minnesota with Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns with size, and in Gobert's case, the defensive player of the year, and Dallas was beating them at the rim throughout the series. And Boston has taken it away. And the key play in the game last night, the game was still up for grabs, a minute to go. Dallas had cut it to 5, a drive to the basket, and a rejection. And then Boston comes down and scores. Ball game. Not only that, a cover. Boy, that's bad.
Yeah,
Pete
that
last
stings.
night. Bad Pete last night, 105.98. You're getting 6.5. Ouch. Ouch.
But you described it, I thought, very perfectly in the starting 5, David, when you said they just kept them at arm's length. I never felt, and Dallas had some leads in the first half, but I never felt in the second half that Dallas was ready to make a run.
So Boston's up 3 at the half, and Luka's had 23 in the first half. 23 of their 51. And I'm thinking, okay, if Kyrie can now play his A game, they can win this. That Luka got him to here. Okay, Robin, here you go. Now you take over. Because they had a game like that in the T-Wolves series where Luka got him through the first half and Kyrie said, give me the ball. And Kyrie took over. And then they had another game where Kyrie dominated the first half and Luka said, give me the ball. And I thought, okay. So when Kyrie didn't, I'm watching, most of the third quarter, and I'm like, yeah, this just isn't going to happen, is it? And then was it Pritchard hit the 3 to end the third quarter, and now 6 became 9, and you're like, yeah, they ain't outscoring the Celtics by 10 in the fourth.
Nope.
I mean, they could, they cut 28-8 in game, 29-8 in game 1. I know, but
that was in the third.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the fourth.
Right.
When you can see the finish line. But I thought that bomb 3 off glass, that went in, and I went, I could go to bed right now. I thought that was the game. A little bit of a fluke, not a little bit, a fluke shot goes in, and you go, oh, boy.
Pointed out in our Twitch chat room, Luka has had a few costly turnovers. Had a big one last night down the stretch. But I mean, is it okay to just say Boston's better? And we're not dogging Dallas. Boston's better, right? Well,
right now, let's see what happens when they go to Dallas. See if Dallas can win 2 on home court. See if the role players can hit more threes at home, and see if they can get back in the series.
Teams have been down 2-0 and won the finals. Hell, Dallas was up 2-0 in the finals and lost. Now, the format was 2-3-2 when Miami came back and won in 6, which was helpful. But, I mean, if you don't think the series is over, then what? You give Dallas game 3 and you circle game 4 and you go, okay, here we go.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Dallas win game 3, and then game 4 can be the series.
Curious, heading into game 2 of the Stanley Cup final tonight, do you feel if Edmonton loses that the series is over?
No.
Interesting.
No, because they outplayed Florida in game 1. I've not seen Florida get outplayed like that in the postseason. Really? Did they get outplayed like that in the Rangers series?
No. The 2 games the Rangers won, they both won in overtime. And game 2 was an even game. Florida actually controlled game 3 and lost in OT. Mark, you got to go back to Vegas in the finals last year, the last time somebody outskated Florida like that. You do. Even the one game they lost game 1 to Boston. Boston was they were better. They took advantage of, odd man rushes, which Florida doesn't normally give up. The other game Boston won was 2-1. The game the Lightning won, they outplayed Florida. They didn't outplay them like Edmonton just did. I mean, Bob hasn't had to steal a game since the conference finals last year. He has not had to steal a game in these playoffs. He stole game one.
Flat out stole game one.
Right.
He was sensational.
Now, I had to ask myself after game one, because I picked Florida in 5. I mean, I don't think Edmonton's, Florida. I just don't. I know they got the 2 best players. I get all that. I know. But, I also just watched Edmonton go, oh, wow. They were better than Florida tonight. So I have to ask myself, can Edmonton just play 6 more games like this? But also, I saw what Paul Maurice saw. I actually thought the Panthers weren't that good. I thought they were a little jittery. I thought they weren't good and strong with the puck. Okay, turned it over too much, which took away from them establishing their forecheck. I didn't think Florida was good with the puck for most of game 1. And remember what I believed heading into the series. I thought Edmonton's best shot was in Florida. And I really thought it was game 1.
Yeah, you did say that you think Florida will get better every game.
Every game, they will get used to Edmonton's speed. They will counteract it. They will expose that back line. And ultimately, Stu Skinner is in net for the Oilers. I'm sorry.
And the question I ask after game 1 is, can they get used to the speed? Dallas couldn't hit him.
Now, see, they couldn't hit him, or they didn't try to hit him. Because when I watched that series, I was yelling at Dallas going, hit him! Even when
At least you weren't yelling, shoot the puck. I appreciate you yelling something other than shoot the puck at the television, David.
So, curious what people are thinking heading into game 2 tonight. 8 o'clock ABC, by the way.
Let's hope it's 8 o'clock. You know what was nice about last night's basketball game? You know when it started? Right around 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. When they dropped, but see, remember that the pomp and circumstance, and 8:26 is when they dropped the puck Saturday night. We're still
Let's
over
hope
by
it's
11.
Closer to 8:10.
I agree. They've been starting the games around 8:15, 8:18. So that was late. You have a second anthem.
Well, Phil Pritchard got a lot of time.
He did. 2 anthems, So it's not 2 American teams. So you got 2 anthems. So that's an extra 2-3 minutes. It's funny. They don't necessarily show the anthems in all the sports, but in hockey, I mean, if you ever tried as a network to not show the anthem, I think fans would riot.
Do you really?
I do. In hockey, for whatever reason, it's like you show the anthem. Just a thought. Could be wrong. I know they showed the Super Bowl and all that, but
right. I just, it's a lot of time of a broadcast. It's, we're given 5-6 minutes for the anthems, but that's the choice they make.
Bob Ryan, legendary sports writer. Many people know him for nearly 30 years now, being on ESPN, a variety of shows. We'll talk to him about the NBA Finals, also get his thoughts on the Caitlin Clark Olympic controversy. Bob Ryan, David Dork, talk Stanley Cup Finals also next hour. All coming up here on Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center.
listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 3 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope to catch up with Bob Ryan. He was obviously at Game 2 of the NBA Finals last night. David Dwork will join us in about 35 minutes' time to talk the Stanley Cup Finals. Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Our poll question. So what'd you think, U.S. Olympic Committee, leaving Caitlin Clark off the women's basketball team? Think they made the right decision or the wrong decision? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
I'm a little surprised as many people think that they made the right decision.
Is it still around 2-1?
Yeah. I thought this would be 80, 90%.
You and I both think they made the wrong decision.
Correct.
Okay. But we're both willing to acknowledge she's not one of the 12 best women's basketball players in the United States right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're making an exception for non-basketball reasons?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, well, wait a minute. I don't know if they're non-basketball reasons. Am I going to grow the game more, the women's game more, by having Caitlin Clark on the team or not having her on the team?
Obviously, you're going to grow it more. She's a
So
phenomenon.
it's a basketball reason.
Well, okay.
But that's a basketball reason.
So that's not a marketing reason, or that falls under the umbrella?
It falls under the umbrella.
Okay. The reason why, there's two reasons why I thought they were going to put her on the team. One was the obvious. She's a phenomenon. People are getting into, is it race? Is it sexuality? Is it whatever? People are watching. They're paying attention. You know, and this is coming from somebody who can overanalyze a 3-car funeral. All right, trust me. I can overanalyze something. What's very simple here is we're watching when she plays. We like watching her play. Can it be that simple? I mean, I do think, listen, do I think race is a factor? Absolutely. Do I think sexuality is a factor? Absolutely. Okay, there's a bunch of reasons. But the one that people aren't talking about enough is she plays like Steph. We liked watching him too. Remember him at Davidson? And we went, oh, man. And then when he and the Warriors got it going, we went, damn, they're fun. I mean, isn't she just fun? I mean, you know, she crosses half court. We think, that's just about in range. I mean, isn't that fun? Isn't that why we like her? 35 feet. Let it fly. Bing. Okay, cool.
Well, and in the collegiate game, they were going in more often than not.
Yeah.
In the pro game, she struggled a little bit.
Sure.
But she's still making shots. I mean, she still was what? She was rookie of the month, the first month in the WNBA. She's averaging a decent amount of points.
I think she's averaging 17, 18 a game.
Right.
Yeah.
Including having 1 3 spot put up when she played the New York team and they held her to 3.
Right. And she, you know, Friday scored 30 when she actually had a few days off. When they played 11 games in 20 days, her 11th game, she was awful, worn out, playing one of the 3 best teams in the league. Scored 3 points. 4 days to rest, practice, and what have you. Scored 30. Okay. She plays Connecticut tonight, by the way. Cheapest ticket to get in the building is $120. The cheapest ticket the game before. And Connecticut, by the way, was unbeaten until this weekend. New York beat them. First time Connecticut had lost all year. Do you know how much money you had to pay to get into that game? Cheapest seat, $3. It was not sold out before game time. You want to get in to see them play tonight. By the way, Indiana, an 11.5-point underdog. You want to see Connecticut, Indiana tonight, Mohegan Sun? $120 at least to get in. But Mark, I thought like there was nothing Leitner brought to the dream team basketball wise. There wasn't. That was simply, connection to college. We used to send our college guys. Here's the National College Player of the Year, legendary college career. We're putting them on the team. You shoot the ball the way she shoots the ball. I'm sorry. That's not a bad 12th person to have on a team. Hang out in the corner, shoot the short three, hang out on the wing and shoot 25, 27 footers. My goodness. Hit a couple, go sit down. That's another reason why I thought, from a basketball standpoint, I can justify, even though Leitner, you could argue, it's a hell of an argument, by the way. Who was a better college player, Christian Leitner or Caitlin Clark? I'd say Leitner.
I'd say Leitner.
But there was nothing Leitner brought to the dream team that they didn't look around and go, yeah, we got a bunch of guys.
Right. Every one of the guys on our team can do what you do better than you. Do we have a 3-point shooter better than Caitlin Clark on the women's team?
Right. So, but I actually thought for what she brings, the only other person in the NBA who shoots the ball like her is Ionescu. And Ionescu and Steph Curry had a 3-point shooting contest at the All-Star game, and Steph had to hit his last 3 to beat her. She's good. Really good. But that's why I thought she'd be on the team. You know what the funny thing is? They put Taurasi on the team, and you could argue, if you want, you could make the case she's the greatest women's basketball player ever. She's in her early 40s. She's struggling this year. That's the hey for who you are and what you've been pick, because they left, Enrique there who scores 27 a game off the team. And they put Taurasi, who's like 41-42. They gave her one final, here you go. A little something for the effort.
Because they know we're going to win gold. Because we are unbelievably dominant in this sport. There's not a team sport that we have a better shot to win gold in than women's basketball.
Have we lost in the Olympics on the women's side? Have we not won the gold medal since 92? I think we've got like a 7-8 in a row here that we've won. It's the most dominant U.S. women's team that we have. It really is. More than gymnastics, more than any track and field. It's as dominant as our 4x100 relay teams have been in Olympic history.
And I wonder, I think this will affect Olympic ratings slightly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely it will. That's a 2-week tournament, the basketball tournament. You've got the prelim games, and then you got quarters, semis, finals. Yeah, I think it takes at least 10 days out of the 16 to play an Olympic basketball tournament. Absolutely. Plus, just think about you. Come on, Mark, we make fun of this, but we all know we're in the media business, so to speak. If you're NBC, that's the other thing. Tell me somebody from NBC didn't call and go, what the hell are you doing? We bankroll your teams. Hell, we bankroll the Olympics.
That's the part of this. Thank you, David, because that's the part of this that we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about, is how NBC allowed this to happen.
Tell me NBC's like, do you know the promotion you just took away from us? Next to Simone Biles, would anybody, any individual athlete, including, Katie Ledecky is amazing. You could argue she's the best U.S. Olympic athlete we have in the Olympics, male or female. You can. You could say she's our best Olympian, even more decorated than Simone Biles, you could argue. But come on now. You're promoting. We're trying to get eyeballs. Simone Biles, Caitlin Clark, Katie Ledecky. Who's going to bring the most eyeballs?
You did it in the right order. Biles brings the most eyeballs.
I think she does. But who would bring the second most?
Caitlin Clark, I believe.
And if you're NBC, you're like, did you seriously just do this to us? You took this away from us? We could have run the games live in the middle of the day. Some of them would have been on NBC, by the way. They actually preempt the Today Show at times for Olympic events. And that's a cash cow.
You know, David, my daughter has gotten into soccer, and she played a little travel soccer. And at these tournaments, they sell jerseys. And now I've seen a bunch of her teammates buying USA jerseys.
Okay.
Of different Olympic soccer players. How many 22 Clark USA basketball jerseys would have been sold?
Oh, my goodness. The merchandise that the U.S. women's team would have sold.
And they make money off of that.
Also, if you're the WNBA, how can you be happy about this? How could you not go, listen, we know she's not one of the 12 best players, but come on, man. We're trying to promote. We're 25 years in. We finally got somebody that men, by the way, will watch play our game. What are you doing?
And that men are excited to watch the game with who? Their daughters. It's bonded fathers and daughters to watch Caitlin Clark. And they're just dismissing it.
Yeah, I get it. The team doesn't want her. She does earned it, deserved it. Yeah, hey, don't know what to tell you. We all played Little League, okay? And the manager's son, batted third or fourth and played the position he wanted to play. Why? He was the manager's son. Don't know what to tell you. I mean, I knew it. I had to sit behind a guy for 2 years. I was a better catcher. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, his dad coached the team. I knew who was playing.
Pitched and then he played shortstop. That's the way it works.
Right.
I heard a great line when it came to this story, David. The only amateurs left in the Olympics are the ones running USA basketball.
Wow.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
On the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples.
Wow. You're right, Mark. I mean, because we just had a big surge in votes in that last segment, and the percentage is still exactly the same.
Sonny. That's cute.
Wow, Sonny. That's hysterical. First off, Sonny, and I mean this, if you could do some R&D today, and you have to do it on the up and up, I would like you to ask every single person you come in contact with, do you know who Michaela Schifrin is?
Then you stop. You
And
can't
that's
say
it.
anything else.
That's all you say. You don't preface it by saying we're talking Olympic athletes. All right. No.
Because I think you could walk up to me at the wrong time. I'd look at you and go, "Oh, yeah, I think I know who that is. That's
Wait,
oh
is
yeah,
that
that's the skier."
skier? Right.
I get in a bind when I finish. Sometimes I'm putting the mouse on there and I got to find the spot to hit the next. It's the only, like, that's why there was that 2-second pause. Like, oh crap, I got to get the mouse. I got to get the spot. I like it better when David takes us to break. That and remembering to turn the FSN computer back up because I turn it down to pot down the music. And then I have to have it back up for the commercials.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. David Dwork of the Hockey News. He covers the Florida Panthers for a living. He will join us as we get ready for Game 2 in the battle for Lord Stanley's Cup tonight. Sunrise, 8 o'clock, ABC. They'll probably drop the puck around 8:20, just to let you know. If by chance they drop it at 8:08 and you miss first 5 minutes of the game, blame us. Don't know what to tell you. We've been watching the playoffs throughout the year. They haven't started a game on ESPN, ABC within 15 minutes of when the game is supposed to start. Game 1 started at 8:26, scheduled for 8. What do you do if you're Hurley today? UConn coach Dan Hurley has said he's meeting with his team. I think he's meeting at around 9. So who knows? Maybe word gets out before the end of our show. But Hurley's
meeting with his team to tell him he's taking the Lakers job.
I don't think he is. What would you do, though, if you're Hurley? 51, by the way. You're 51, so you're 54. You're 51. Now, first off, you and I are not as successful as Danny Hurley. or not as financially independent as Danny Hurley. By the way, the offer is reportedly 8 for 100. It's a quick 12 and a half a year.
All right,
Danny
that's
Hurley.
a little less. I mean, it was being reported that it was upwards of 15 a year at one point.
Maybe it's 8 for $120 then. Maybe it's 7 for 100, which is 14 and a third. So anyway, the minute you sign it, it's $100 million. They could fire you the next day. It's $100 million. In theory, you're going to spend your 50s coaching the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers. Mark's doing the math right now.
I'm just signing the contract, David. That's all I'm doing. I don't need to do the math. I'm signing the contract.
Come on now. I mean, don't you figure, though, Mark, a.k.a. Danny Hurley, that if you're getting this offer from the Lakers, you're going to get this offer from somebody else in a year or 2 or 3.
Well, there's only one other job that even is in the same stratosphere as the Laker job. That's the Celtic job. I don't know if that's going to come open anytime soon, considering they're about to win a world title.
I was going to say, unless Joe Mazzulla has a really bad next week and a half. No, I think you're onto something.
So that's the first thing, because the Knicks job is not in that stratosphere. You mentioned the Nets in Philly. That's laughable.
I only mentioned it because he's a Jersey guy.
No, I know.
His whole career is within 200 miles of where he's grown up. And so to me, if he really wants to scratch, because here's the other thing, by the way, the Cleveland Cavaliers haven't given their job to anybody, have they? I mean, don't you get on the phone and call Hurley and go, hey, supposedly you want a younger team? You want one you could shape? Okay, our team actually fits what it is you want. And oh, by the way, you're only moving to Cleveland. I mean, hey, come on. It's not like the owner couldn't afford that contract. I mean, Dan Gilbert's got the money.
It's Cleveland.
I understand that.
I get it from Dan Gilbert's standpoint. I'm talking from Hurley's standpoint.
I know.
I'm not taking any other phone calls right now from teams wanting to hire me for a job. If they wanted me, they would have already made those phone calls. They would have already offered me that job.
But they didn't know that you were that serious about the NBA. And now, wow, you're really serious about the NBA.
And now I'm going to hear from Cleveland instead of LA. Come on, David. That's a little laughable.
Okay.
No, it is. Don't you have to grant me that?
Yes. From a franchise stature standpoint, of course. But if you're Danny Hurley, there's more to it than this. I'm leaving college likely to never go back for. I got to win. Like when Billy Donovan left the Gators. Remember, at first he didn't leave for the Magic. He left. 2 days later, he came back. But when he went to Oklahoma City, they had KD and Westbrook, man. They were making playoff runs. He knew, I can go win there right away. He was up 3-1 in a conference final against Golden State when Golden State was Golden State. The 73-win Warriors. He's up 3-1 in the conference final. And KD and Russ choked like big dogs at home in Game 6.
If he doesn't believe he can win a title in LA inside of 4 years, which I don't know if he can, that would be my only apprehension. Because I don't know, David, help me out here. They don't have a lot of draft picks.
No, although they got their first rounder back, I think it's in the late teens because somebody decided they'll take their first rounder next year. I think it's New Orleans. So I think the Lakers have either 17, 18, or 19 in the first round, and then they got pick 55.
But they're never bad enough to get into the lottery ranks.
No.
To have a transformative player come to them.
No.
They're relying upon free agents to get there.
Absolutely. They always have. Or, a trade. They traded for Kobe. They've acquired others.
I would take the job. I think it's the job in that league.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure free agents are going to come. And by pretty sure, I'm 100% sure.
All right. And this, I can't believe I'm going to ask this question, but I am, since it'll probably be only the second most ridiculous thing I brought up during this segment after bringing up the Cavs job at the same time. If you're Danny Hurley, do you want LeBron?
Yes. Yes. The question is, what would you trade to get a third player there, or do you feel that the parts are what you want? Do you send?
You know, they got their first round pick. They have future picks. You know, a couple of their guys they could deal. So you want to, because then whatever your plan is, whatever your how it is, I want to build a team. Yeah, you're going to have a year or two of LeBron. And then that'll be year 3, year 4 will be the first time that all of a sudden you put your stamp on the team. I love LeBron. You know that. And he made All NBA at age 39, by the way. He legitimately made All NBA third team. That was legitimate. He did not get it because he was LeBron. He got it because he was one of the 15 best players in the league this year. He says he wants a young team, wants to build it. I mean, how into change do you think 40-year-old in December LeBron is going to be into?
I don't know, but does LeBron want one more shot at trying to win the whole thing? Because the methods they've been going with are not working.
I'm just wondering if you're Hurley and I'm the Lakers, do you say to me, I'm coming, but we're moving away from LeBron? It's a lot of cap room that opens up.
Boy, is it ever. And I don't know. You know what's interesting, David? I don't know how much that would bother the LA fan.
I mean, that's the other thing. If I'm the Lakers and I'm spending that much money, am I not making him now the face of the organization?
Tough to make a coach the face of the organization in the NBA.
I understand.
Really difficult.
So if you're Hurley, you gone.
I'm gone.
Hawk Harrelson.
I'm meeting with my team to tell them it's been nice. Congratulations on everything they've done, but the transfer window's open for you.
I was going to say they got 30 days. There's a few good players at UConn. Damn.
And they'd be gone.
Apparently the word is they're going to like promote an assistant if that happens. I'd hire Bruce Pearl. He'd leave Auburn for UConn in a nanosecond.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to
Hey, I might even have my own login today.
Whoa. So the Lakers got magic because of a deal they made 3 years earlier with the New Orleans Jazz when the Jazz took Gail Goodrich. The Jazz then had the worst record in the league in 79, so the Lakers got their pick first overall. They got Magic. A deal they made during Magic's rookie year with Cleveland. Then Cleveland ends up with the worst team in the league in 82. Lakers get the first pick in 82. They get Worthy. So that's how that whole came to be, because the Lakers obviously weren't bad, yet they got those picks. He's calling you. He texts me back, so he's aware.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes for the top of the hour. By the way, top of the hour, our Diamond District bonus hour, Brad Ralph. He's the head coach of the Florida Everblades. They just went back to back to back. We'll talk to him about the psychology of the three-peat. Brad Ralph, which the Chiefs are going to try to pull off here coming up in a few months. He'll join us at the top of the hour. David Dwork is kind enough to join us right now. He covers the Florida Panthers for the Hockey News. He also hosts the Hockey Show on the Le Batard Podcast Network. Follow David on X at David Dwork, DWORK. David, good morning. It's David and Mark. How are you?
Morning, boys. Good to be doing this again in the middle of the summer.
For the
Middle of June, I guess.
In a row. Hey, we were talking about earlier in the show. You got to go back to what? Vegas in last year's finals? The last time somebody outskated the Panthers like that in a game? We know the result, but the Panthers haven't been on their heels much in a year, have they?
No, they haven't. Game one, it was nice to see from just in terms of a competitive standpoint, the Oilers play like that. They played some excellent defensive hockey. I don't think they got enough credit for it coming through the last two rounds of the Western Conference playoffs there, whether it was beating Vancouver or the way that they pretty much shut down Dallas completely up until that last deciding game where Dallas flipped the script, but Edmonton still came out on top. But that's kind of why I'm expecting a fun game tonight in game two. Florida has traditionally, over the last few months, every time they've had a bad game, Paul Maurice has found ways to highlight little things in their game, whether it's the way that they're skating, firing their routes, whatever it might be, and just saying, okay, guys, we need to work on these one or two little things, and then we'll get back into our game. And it's worked basically every time. So I'd expect both teams to kind of come out with a little bit more tonight. I think the Oilers might make a couple of lineup changes. And yeah, it should be a good one. We'll see if Florida can play a little bit more of their game, or if the Oilers can continue to take Florida off of their game.
Is it just a matter of Florida having to keep up? And I know Florida's a good skating team, but Edmonton, a very fast team. Is it a matter of just adjusting to their speed, David?
That's part of it. I think Edmonton was kind of aggressive in the way that they were trying to defend Florida's zone exits, and they were trying to kind of throw Florida's game back at them in terms of the forechecking and the aggression with their forwards. The speed is a big part of it. Edmonton's very fast. I think that's why you can catch them a little bit. As we saw with the first goal, the goal by Carter Verhaeghe. And actually a little bit in the second goal, too, where Sam Bennett just kind of dumped it in and was able to beat the defenseman himself and get a nice pass to cutting Evan Rodriguez. But it's going to come down to playing the way that they've been playing for a long time and just getting back to doing what they've been doing throughout the playoffs. I think that they should be able to succeed against this Edmonton team because they're just not that deep. They have a lot of speed on the top end. But to their credit, they did a great job of it through the first 2 periods of game 1. And, we'll see whose cream can rise to the top tonight.
David, sports are great. I mean, what was it? 3 years ago, Bob's, still in the early stages of that 7-year contract. And I mean, people were legitimately bringing up, should we buy him out? I mean, he was not getting it done. And now he's a wall.
I think a lot of that credit has to go to, Paul Maurice and his systems, because the way that Florida's defended over the last 2 seasons has really helped Sergei Bobrovsky look and play much better. And on top of that, you give that to Bill Zito and Matt Caldwell for bringing in Paul Maurice and making the switch. But it's really been the way that the team has defended in front of him that's really improved Bob's play. He's always been this amazingly acrobatic goaltender, very aggressive in the way that he can push. We've seen he makes these crazy, great acrobatic saves, but that'll sometimes take him out of position for the second and third chance opportunities. And this defense that Paul Maurice has implemented has done an excellent job of taking away so many of those second and third chances and clearing out the trash, making sure that teams aren't getting any shots from the house between the circles and the slot. And that has, in turn, helped Bob's game a lot. It's not that dissimilar to the kind of defense that he had in his last few years in Columbus under John Tortorella, when he won another Vezina Trophy and they had that amazing upset of Tampa that year, that Tampa won the President's Trophy before they started their cup run. So I think it's just been the way that they've played in front of him that's helping him be confident to do his thing and not get, I don't want beat, I guess, for lack of a better term, the way he was the first few years with the Panthers. But yeah, it's just kind of all fallen into place the way that the team plays and the way that Bob's playing. And as you said, the results have been, night and day compared to his first few years. And it's been great because now nobody's saying a word about that contract.
Florida out-hit Edmonton substantially again in game 1, but they had been doing that in previous series while they were the puck control teams. Edmonton had more puck control than Florida. How do they flip the switch and become the team that they were throughout these playoffs where they're the team controlling the puck?
I think you saw a lot of it in the third period of game 1. Florida, with the lead, it obviously helps, but they were able to not necessarily try to push so much when they had the puck. And, for a big part of Florida's game, particularly when they get the puck in, whether it's the neutral zone or their own zone, is they're quick to chip it off the boards and go. The transition game is very alive with this team. I think Edmonton, as you mentioned, their speed cut into that a little bit during the first 2 periods. For Florida, when they got into the third with the 2-0 lead, was able to clamp down a little bit, not necessarily rush those plays as much, take a minute, let your guys get their routes as they fly out of at the defensive zone. And that helped Florida not turning the puck over, not flying so much, and giving Edmonton opportunities to run their transition game. So whether it's playing with the lead, which they did for the entire game, really, for Haiti scored 3 minutes in, or getting more comfortable with their styles, not trying to match Edmonton's speed, I think that was a big key in the third period as well. So we'll see what they carry over tonight to game 1.
It's interesting that we didn't have a special teams goal of any kind in game 1. I know both teams penalty killing. I mean, Edmonton's killed 35 in a row, but also the Panthers killed off 3 power play opportunities, and all of them pretty early in the game where a goal would have made a difference. I mean, I got to believe, David, going forward, we get some special teams goals tonight.
You would think, just based off the have been on special teams. I mean, Edmonton, obviously, their power play, as you mentioned, was like 36% or whatever it's operating on before game 1. And then down 3 for 3 on the PK, which was huge. It's hard to imagine that continuing, even though both teams' penalty kills have been excellent. Edmonton was 90-something, 93%, I think, coming into the series. So it's probably up to 95 or something at this point by now. And Florida's penalty kill has been great, too. That was something that they, we've talked about it, throughout the season, fellas, that they wanted to address it in the offseason. They brought in Kevin Spenlin, they brought in Mikkola, they brought in guys that were going to fortify those units, and the results have been throughout the year. They've been an excellent PK team. It's a big part of why they've been able to succeed throughout the playoffs, whether it was playing against Tampa's vaunted power play. Boston had a very good power play. Obviously, the Rangers power play was excellent heading into that series, and then we saw what happened in game 1. Is that going to continue? Probably not. I wouldn't bet on it, just because Edmonton's got so much talent on their power play, but just the fact that Florida's able to mitigate it a little bit better than anybody else has done. So I think that, the special teams matchup obviously will be something to keep an eye on in the series. Whether it's going to tip the scales as much as it has for either team to get to this point, I don't know, it's TBD, and I'm very curious to see if it plays out that way.
I know we have you on to cover this from Florida's standpoint, but if you're Edmonton, don't you just go with the same plan you went in game one and try to do the same exact thing?
You'd think so, but yesterday morning talking to Edmonton coach Chris Knobloch, he kind of indicated that there could be some changes, whether it be putting McDavid and Draisaitl together. He did do that in the third period of game one, and he said yesterday that he may do that again in game two if he needs to try to fire up the boys and get a big goal, which they didn't in game one. They got some chances. McDavid had 6 shots. Draisaitl had 4 shots in game one. So certainly the opportunities were there. He also may switch up that second defensive pairing of Darnell Nurse and Cody Ceci. They were on the ice for 2 of Florida's goals, and they've struggled throughout the postseason when paired up. So there could be some tweaks to Edmonton's game, despite the way that they played in game one, because as you said, arguably the better team in game one, but they still lost by 3 goals. So there's going to be some tweaks. I think Paul Maurice is probably, I don't want to say probably has a better handle on his team. I just know Paul Maurice has his finger on the pulse of his lineup perfectly. And that's why we haven't really seen many changes at all for Florida. Just that second, the fourth line wingers, whether it's going to be Okposo and Lorenz or Cousins and Lombard, maybe that's a switch Florida makes tonight. I don't think they're going to just yet, but they've got that option to kind of flip a little bit of switch and ingest some energy into the lineup. And that's really the only thing that Paul Maurice has to do. On the Oilers side, we might see a couple bit more tweaks now. And, I like to just think that Edmonton is kind of where Florida was last year. You're in the final. Nobody really expected you to be there. And, maybe playing with house money. I don't think Edmonton feels that way. I don't think Florida necessarily felt that way last year. But it's just in year two, as you guys know, when you come back, you've got experience. You know what you're expecting. And I think with Florida, we're seeing a lot of that maturity.
David, my final question is, can you put your finger on either something that one of the Panthers have said or something that you've noticed in which somebody made the comment that we're different this year than last year, like we want it more, we're not just happy to be here. That's difficult for people like us to understand. I mean, you're really happy just getting to the finals. I mean, the cup is everything in hockey. Everything. I mean, that's difficult, I think, to believe. But have you sensed that something is truly different besides them just being better this year?
Yeah, I think the biggest moment, as you were asking your question, what first thing that popped into my head was after Game 6 against the Rangers when they clinched the Eastern Conference. We were there last season when they beat Carolina in 4. And we were there again when they beat the Rangers in 6 this year. And it was night and day. Completely different experiences, feels. Obviously, there was happy this time around. You beat the Rangers and an excellent team, President's Trophy winners. You're going to the Cup again. But last year, it was like you'd think they had just won the Cup. And nobody thought anything of it either. Like, nobody was like, man, this is a bit much. Like, it was amazing. They swept Carolina. Kachuk had the goal with 4 seconds left to clinch it. The arena was going nuts. The Panthers had never done anything like that in 30 years. So it was... it was insanity. This year, any other game, it didn't feel like they just clinched the Eastern Conference. Like, yeah, they won. Awesome. They're playing the victory music. There's a million media members here, so obviously it feels a little bit different. But from the team, very chill celebration. They know after what happened last year, this is not where they want to finish. They don't want to leave one win in the Stanley Cup final after getting this far. So for me, that's the biggest kind of indicator that it's a much different team this year, because they've kind of handled it as business as usual throughout. But to see that moment where your emotions are, teetering on jubilation, for them to just kind of keep it toned down and understand that they've got more work to do, I think that kind of shows how mature this team has gotten.
David Dwork, he covers the Panthers for the Hockey News. He's also part of the Le Batard Podcast Network. Follow David on X at David Dwork, DWORK. Obviously, he'll be at Game 2 tonight with extensive coverage before and afterwards. David, we always appreciate you making time for us. Do like the players. Get your early afternoon soap opera nap and have a good Game 2, if you will, and safe travels to Edmonton.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll do it again after the series ends, hopefully talking about a Panthers Stanley Cup.
Absolutely. David Dwork, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. That's what I was looking for. I mean, give me something, because one of the Panthers said it after Game 1. We handled this one differently. I'm like, really? Okay.
And I can see that. worked for teams that have made it to a final and won it. I've worked for teams that have made it to a final and lost it. And just getting there the first time is so much. And I think it'll be interesting to talk to Brad Ralph here in a couple of seconds, who's done the three-peat with the Everblades, of how this team's matured through the postseason runs that they've had for 3 consecutive years.
3 very different runs, but the same results. And as Mark mentioned, we'll talk to Brad coming up here in about 10 minutes. So you and I had the feeling that Boston winning last night, that's the finals are over. That the rest is just details in the NBA, right?
You're more so than me. I'm holding on hope for Dallas here to take care of business at home.
But you definitely don't think, I do, by the way. I think if the Panthers win tonight, there's no flipping way Edmonton's winning 4 out of 5 against.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
That I think if you're rooting for Edmonton or you've bet on Edmonton to win the cup, and it's happened before. Boston did it to Vancouver in 2011. Came from 2-0 down, lost 2 on the road, came back 1-7. I mean, it's happened in the finals. But I think tonight's everything for Edmonton because I think Florida is going to get better every game.
Well, particularly how well Edmonton played in game 1 and still lost 3-0. Those first 2 periods, they were fantastic. And they're going into the locker room going, what the hell do we do now?
I just read an ESPN.com, and by the way, it was not our buddy Greg Wyshynski account in which they said the Panthers were in control throughout. And I'm literally going, did we watch the same game? Are we watching the same sport? I'm with Mess, by the way, if I'm Edmonton, honestly. I will say that defensive pairing that Dork brought up, Nurse has been a problem throughout the playoffs. I don't know, Mark, how you hide them against a team like the Panthers.
You can't, because the Florida Panthers bring 4 lines at all times, and not that one's just as good as the next, but they roll lines as well as anybody in the league.
Miller and Moulton. Diamond District bonus hour coming up. We'll begin it with Brad Ralph, the head coach of the Florida Everblades. They have just done something which no ECHL team had ever done before. They just went back to back to back Kelly Cup championships.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and
Okay, I have to admit, I'm missing the joke.
On this,
Yeah, I'm totally missing the joke. I
he
don't know
looks like that's who he looks like.
who looks like. Holy crap.
Do you find it funny or no?
Oh, yes.
I like that you just got mad at me for missing the
No,
joke.
no. I didn't. I'm just like I'm searching through texts and I'm like, what am I missing? And okay, I missed the. Gotcha.
And that wasn't even his. That's Kyle's. Although John does find himself hysterical. But yes. No truth to the rumor at all, Paul.
Oh my God. Damn, that's funny. Oh shit. Oops, sorry. Golly. I will say the joint looked, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, joint looked special. Great atmosphere. I know a guy who had never watched the Blades before purchased the broadcast Saturday night.
Wow.
Yeah. He's not even a hockey fan. But
Good old days, that would have been on TV.
Would the whole series have been? Or do you think just Friday, Saturday, or?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know.
Well, I remember back in the day, the whole finals, road and home. Remember, you guys used to you made the arrangements.
All right, hang on. I'm going to get him on.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Boston up 2-0 in the NBA Finals. Florida Panthers trying to go up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup Final. Game 2 tonight, 8 o'clock on ABC. The Kelly Cup Finals are over. Blades weren't messing around. They won all 3 at home, took care of Kansas City in 5. That's a three-peat. Their head coach, Brad Ralph, is kind enough to join us once again. Coach, congratulations. I know every championship is different. We really want to dive into the whole psychology of the three-peat. But first, you're down 3-1 in the first round. You get spanked in game 4 at home against Jacksonville. What'd you say? What happened?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. No, it's I'm happy the season's over, and the way we did it was pretty special. But you're right. You go back to that first round against Jacksonville. They had us dead to rights. We were down 3-1, and they had our number all year long. So it was a bleak moment for us. Like we thought. I mean, everyone thought it was over, but we have enough experience. Coaches, players, goalies, you name it. We have the experience and we have the confidence. We just needed to, really dig into it and not run from it. And I give the players all the credit in the world. They're the ones that kept fighting. you know, when I think a lot of people in that situation would probably, you know, lighten up a little bit. We just, you know, they stuck their nose in there and just kept grinding until we got through. And, you know, once we got one win, we got another win, and then we got through that series. It was like, okay, yeah, we are that good. We do believe in ourselves. Now, you know, just keep doing what we're doing.
Was that the point, beating Jacksonville in that first round, in which the team then looked at themselves and said, okay, now this is possible? Or was it that mindset right from the beginning of the playoffs, Brad?
Well, I think our in-season record against Jacksonville was 1-10. So for whatever reason, they were our like Goliath that we couldn't get through. And once we did, yeah, it was just, you know, we actually got ahead of ourselves. I don't know. There's just every series, every game, we're going through these mental and emotional like ups and downs. And we might have been 1-10 against Jacksonville. I think we took them lightly to start the playoffs, and then we realized, you know, we screwed up. Like basically, we're like, we screwed up here. So it was, you know, we all took responsibility for why we were down 3-1, and you know, we went to work. We got Cam Johnson. I thought he was phenomenal in that series. You know, he had a couple poor games to start the series, but then he dialed it right in, and we didn't look back.
And the Blades won 15 of their last 19 playoff games after being down 3-1 in the first round to three-peat as Kelly Cup champions. How often, if at all, going all the way back to training camp, even off season when you were communicating with the guys, did you talk about winning 3 in a row?
We talked more earlier in the year, and then I kind of got away from it because you have so many new players. It's not as meaningful for them, right? If they haven't been here to win 1 or 2 cups, then how can you say, hey, let's three-peat? They're like, yeah, whatever. You know, I just want to win 1. So, yeah, we it's not something we really talk. But we don't run from them. But if it comes up, no problem. But yeah, we weren't stressing it.
You're down 3-1 heading to the third period in game 3, or down 3-1 in that game and came back from 3-1. That seemed to be the pivotal game in the series in which things could have gone either way. What was it about this team that showed their ability to come from behind? You got beat 5-1, and you had 2 lopsided games, 1 and 2. Here you are down in game 3. What was it that allowed this team to come from behind and get that game?
Yeah, it was actually much like the Jacksonville series. We said, hey, we screwed up. We took too many penalties. They scored in the power play. We didn't defend the rush, which was the key for us to win this series. They scored 2 goals off the rush. So we said, hey, we screwed up. We got lots of time. We have 40 minutes to win this hockey. It's only 2 goals. It's, you know, that's nothing. So when we focused and we got down to work, we were the better team 5-on-5, and we did that for 40 minutes, and we won a hockey game. So, yeah, it at points, when you go on these long playoff runs, you're tired, right? You're mentally, you're drained. So you have these lapses, but it's how you can respond. It's how you, you know, take advantage of the moments in the game where you have momentum.
Do you find yourself, and this may be a really dumb question, do you find yourself doing more coaching during a regular season or during the playoffs? What's harder on you?
You know, playoffs, like I coach pretty hard all year long. So when we get into playoffs, the guys are, it's a little easier for them because I stay the same. I coach them the same way. So it's nothing new for us as a group. Yeah, I would say the only reason why it's easier for me in playoffs is there's no player movement. You know, kind of once you set your playoff roster, you're set. There's no up and down movement or whatever. So from my end, playoffs is much easier for that reason.
You mentioned how long the season is. You go through the regular season. You go through a grueling series against Jacksonville. When it started in the finals, does it seem like a whole new season? Because you mentioned you get tired and it's been long and having to regroup. The other team's going through the same thing. So when you're in the finals, how do you approach that from the standpoint of trying to start fresh, if you will?
Yeah, I thought a number of us got re-energized for the finals. And I mean, that makes sense, right? It's the finals. You're going to get, you're going to get excited. But, yeah, like I thought Oliver Chow in particular, like he looked really tired to me at points in the Orlando and Adirondack series. But boy, he came alive in the finals. So how do you manage it? Like, you're just grinding. It's a day-to-day grind, and you're doing everything you can to stay in the moment and not to get too far ahead of yourself. But yeah, it's a battle. It's a lot of fun. It's exhausting too.
Well, we talk about home ice, home court, home field advantage, and how much is left really in pro sports at all levels. But if you look back, you started your comeback against Orlando, Game 5 at home. You had to get that one before you could get on the bus again. 2 come from behind wins in the finals against Kansas City. They both happened at home. Is it cliche for us to go, you fed off the crowd? Or do you still, despite playing before big crowds for years, still feed off the crowd?
Well, like from my perspective as a coach, it doesn't matter where we play, right? We've got to win, whether we're on the road or at home. We've got to, wherever we start the series, if we go right from Adirondack to Kansas City, we got a job to do, and we got to get it done. That being said, I mean, when you're playing on home ice and whenever something happens, the crowd erupts, there's a huge momentum shift. I don't think we win either Wednesday or Saturday without being on home ice, just because of how much it energizes you from a player's perspective and from a team's perspective. Last game we started playing well, 10 minutes to go in the hockey game, and I thought the roof was going to come off at Hertz Arena. So it's an X factor. There's a lot of factors that play into whether you win or lose, and if you can play at home in front of a great crowd, there's no doubt it's an X factor in your ability to win.
Any nerves heading into overtime, or did you guys think in the way you handled the third period that this was your game?
Yeah, I think we were pretty confident. We were going to win. We actually all thought we were going to win in regulation. We had so much momentum, and the guys were absolutely humming. So, but yeah, I was, I teeter back and forth a lot of times in those situations, whether or not we're going to win or not. But I was pretty confident, just because we played so poorly for so long. I was like, man, we got to have a little more gas in the tank to get this done, and we did.
Hey, we only have a minute or so left, and thanks so much for joining us, Brad Ralph, the head coach of the Everblades. They've just won back-to-back Kelly Cups. No one's ever done that before. Paul Maurice has talked about you, talked about conversations he's had with you. What do you and Paul Maurice talk about?
I think he's a very smart man. He's given me a lot more credit than he should have for a couple conversations we had. But yeah, his son works for us, and I was fortunate to meet him for that reason. But yeah, he's given me way too much credit. He's a highly intelligent hockey brain and a great person as well. So I remember I did call him after the Jacksonville series. They had just beat Tampa, and Orlando plays a very similar style to Tampa. And I asked him a couple questions about, like a forecheck on how to. They like to really stretch you up. And I said, how do you guys combat that? And he said, this is what we did against Tampa, and it worked really well. So, how cool is that to be able to call a coach of his caliber and him to be able to give you some advice on what worked for them. So yeah, just he's a good person, and I've been very fortunate to have really good people that are willing to offer advice and help when we need it.
Well, Brad, the Everblades are very fortunate to have you. Tremendous job once again. Congratulations on making history. Try to enjoy the off season, and hopefully we can talk again soon.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for having me on.
Brad Ralph, head coach of the Florida Everblades. No team in the ECHL had ever won 3 straight championships. Fitting that the best franchise over the last quarter century in the league is the one that does it.
Very humble in his assessment of what he's done, but the way they came from behind in these playoffs so many times against Jacksonville, doing it against Kansas City twice in the finals. 3-peat for the Florida Everblades.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maid.
No, Larry. Cam Johnson turns 30 next month. And when you have this many runs at the ECHL, they basically have determined that's your level. Plus, he's in the Panthers organization right now. And hell, Spencer Knight, who was once their goalie of the future, he's stuck at the A. So Sonny, are you talking about Nicholas? No, he's talking about his wife. McDaniel's got to be feeling a little bit of pressure. He's at the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Finals last year. Now he's banging the drum at the Stanley Cup Finals this year. Don't you think it's kind of like, it's kind of your turn.
Hello.
Kind of your turn now, huh?
Win. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I hope you Blades fans like that interview. I thought we did a good job. I thought great insight there. He admitted he called Paul Maurice in between first and second round of the playoffs to get some X's and O's advice because of the similarities. You know what part of the problem, though, is, fam, is when you go on a run like this, there aren't any jobs open. I mean, organizations that didn't make the playoffs have been out of work for almost 2 months. They've made their changes in the minor league system if they were going to make any changes. You know, obviously all the NHL jobs have come and gone. Not that you're going to go from the E to the N, but I mean, you know, Paul Maurice had a great conversation. Did you see it, Mark? He was talking, I think, the off day before game one, in which he talked about how he interviewed Chris Knobloch for an assistant's job, and Knobloch wanted it. And Maurice said, listen, you're probably the best candidate, but I'm not going to hire you. You should stay a head coach. I don't think this is the right career move for you. And he was bummed, but he understood it. And then Knobloch called Maurice for advice when he took the assistant's job before the Hartford head coaching job. And Paul still thought he should have stayed a head coach, but he took the assistant's job. And Paul kind of joked and said, see, what a genius I am. But
interesting. No, I did not see that. Was that on NHL Network? No, I don't get it. I wasn't even being smart.
No, I'm trying to see.
Because I miss my, some of the shows on that I watched.
You know, Mark, you're right. It might have been on that 4 to 6. That might have been on that EJ Raddick show that
That's
sample.
That's all. I wasn't.
No. That's legit.
And I don't know how much Craig helps his coaches. Brad Ralph shouldn't be there. Craig should be getting him a job somewhere.
I mean, Craig gave him the title of GM, which he had never given anybody before. And it sounds like it's a little more than the title. Listen, I mean, if you're the Panthers, don't you have to, I don't know what the Panthers are thinking. That when the time comes to move on from Paul. By the way, my mother loves the job you're doing with the volumes and turning things up and down.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes after the hour." Thanks so much for being with us. Supposed to hear this morning whether or not Dan Hurley's going to take the Lakers job.
You would not.
I would not, no. And besides the whole life thing, which is a major change in his life, and I'm not, I don't know Dan Hurley at all. I just know where he grew up and where both his wife's family and his family are. And he's a Jersey guy, and he's coached in either Jersey, Connecticut, or Rhode Island. I mean, and he's 51 years old.
I mean, David, Michael Corleone took the whole family to Nevada. So I think Hurley can take the whole family to California if need be. I mean, it's been done on this scale before.
But Vegas then is not Vegas now. Very different places, kind of a blank, landscape and all that. But I hear you. It's true. But in all honesty, I'm not kidding. I don't know how great a job the Lakers' job is going to be for the next few years. I don't. If you're stuck with LeBron and you seem to think that, if Hurley comes, they'll also re-sign LeBron who I guess technically has to opt out, but he'll get a 2-year, $100-something million deal. And so, okay, it's LeBron, it's AD, and what, 17th, 18th, or 19th pick of this year's draft, the worst draft in 20 years, apparently. Or you use it to trade for somebody. But can we just talk the West? I mean, here's the other thing. If I'm advising him, hey, if you want to go to the NBA, go to the East. You don't want to go to the West. Can we talk about the West? You think Denver's going anywhere for the next 2-3 years? Minnesota, Luka, and Dallas. All right. God forbid they actually have the offseason in Phoenix that Dallas just had. Would they actually add a complimentary part or two to the 3 guys they have? Can we talk about Wemby in San Antonio? How quickly are they going to be a problem? Houston looks like they're 10 minutes away from being a problem. And they got cap room where they could sign somebody this offseason or make a trade for somebody and take on a big salary. I mean, who am I missing here? I haven't even talked about the Clippers. Oh, OKC.
That's who you missed.
You know, never mind. What is Golden State going to do? Is it really over, or are people going to flock to play with Steph for his swan song the way that the Lakers think people will come and play with LeBron? I mean, that's what I would say to him. I go, don't go to the West, because it's not just now. San Antonio is going to get better. Houston, OKC. Anthony Edwards is 23. Go to the East, man. When you go, forget the whole home thing. Just look at the conference. I mean, Milwaukee, their 2 stars are old. All right. I have no idea what's going to happen with Miami, quite frankly. Miami's in a position here. You know, quite frankly, if the Knicks don't add on, I don't know how much better they can be.
No, there's still a Boston problem, no matter how you slice it in the East.
There is a Boston problem. Yes.
They're really good, and they're young.
But if you had to pick the 48-win team that you were going to go to, would you rather go to the West or the East if you're Dan Hurley? That's why I would say to him, I go, Dan, listen, good luck out West, man. Honestly, West is going to be a problem. West is going to be a problem. And you're going to have to redo your team in 2 years when LeBron's done. And by then, who knows if Anthony Davis is healthy again and can still play.
How old's AD?
I think he's approaching 30. I mean, wasn't he on the 2012 Kentucky team? That Calipari's only title at Kentucky? I think he was. I think he was the star.
So that puts him right at 30.
Yeah, he's 31. He'll be 32 next March. So you're going to get AD at 32 and 33. You're going to get LeBron at turns 40 at the end of December. So he gets LeBron at 40 and 41 and AD at 32, 33, if you will. With an injury history. I don't know. I know it's an 8-year deal, 7-8 years, 100 million, whatever. So you're not just thinking short term. You got a healthy ego because you're very successful. Anyone who's successful has got a little bit of an ego, except for maybe the guy we just interviewed, Brad Ralph,
who doesn't seem to have one whatsoever.
No,
had nothing to do with the three-peat, apparently.
Very little. Just made a few acquisitions, but
I did like the fact as a minor league coach, he said what the thing about he likes about the playoffs is the roster set. There's so much movement during the regular season in those rosters and guys coming up and coming down and trying to find this guy. Just let me lock this roster in and we can just work with what we got.
He even chuckled after he said it. Remember the chuckle? He was like, oh, man, for me, that's so much easier. I guess, yeah, because the roster's set. Now, guys may come available if the AHL team gets eliminated and what have you. But anyway, I don't know. Listen, I could be looking at this wrong. Just like you and John Forsland and others have said I'm looking at the Stanley Cup Finals wrong. I think Florida is clearly better, and yet they got outplayed in Game 1 But I don't know that Edmonton plays much better. I don't know if Edmonton plays a better game the rest of the finals, and I know that's going to be Florida's worst game.
Would love to see, from a competitive standpoint, is Edmonton to bury one of those early chances and see Florida play on their heels a little bit.
Totally. I mean, I don't know about you. It's late second period. It's 2-0. I'm literally texting with a buddy of mine in which I said, from just watching the game, okay, what do you think the score could be? And we both agreed. It felt like it was 5-2 Edmonton without Bobrovsky. That's how good he was through 2 periods.
Nice for him to save his best game of the postseason for game 1 of the Stanley Cup final.
He's kind of like, I've been needed for about 6 weeks. You guys need me tonight? Okay. All right. I'll be there. Messier looked incredulous, didn't he? That's the most reaction I think we've seen from Messier in his ESPN career.
He was getting that way in the Rangers-Florida series, but I don't know if there was ever a point in which the Rangers outplayed Florida enough for him to get excited.
I don't know if it happened for 10 minutes. Right.
But then he watched 2 periods of Edmonton thoroughly outplaying the Florida Panthers, outskating them, winning the races to the loose pucks, getting breakaways and odd man rushes, and coming up with nothing.
Nothing. I will say this. The Rangers had success going to because you have a lot of lefty shooters, but a lot of lefty shooters did to their backhand and scored on the backhand to Bobrovsky's glove side. Rangers scored a lot of goals to that side in the series, particularly when they had 2-on-1s or breakaways or what have you. And you could tell that was Edmonton's scouting report, because every time they got within 10 feet of Bobrovsky and there was no one in between them and the goalie, they went to his glove side, usually with a move and a backhand. And he stopped them all, obviously.
Every single one. He was sensational for the Florida Panthers as they win game 1, looking to try to do it again tonight in game 2. 8 o'clock on the television. When they drop the puck, well, that's another story.
Over under 8-17.
Over.
8-18.
I don't think it drops before 20.
I think you're right. ESPN's certainly fitting in the commercials between the NBA and the NHL. That is for sure. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today? Win some final thoughts. A pick or two next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Whoops. Hi, Joe.
Michigan, my understanding is that they knew yesterday that Adam Scott was going to be 61, but because one of the guys that bumped him was Grayson Murray, that they were putting him in the open, that they were taking Murray out. I thought that was the reporting that was being done late yesterday. That yes, technically yesterday, Adam Scott became 61st in the world and the top 60 get in. The other thing that supposedly was out there yesterday was that if by chance, by World Golf Rankings, he wasn't in, that it looked as if his alternate status was going to get him in. So unless something changed that I'm unaware of, I thought that was the story. I got to say, the critics are destroying ESPN's NBA coverage.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. People are coming out of the woodwork in the media and media reporters. And
why now?
I don't know. But they're going
been
after
the same throughout the playoffs. It's just now that they're doing it in the final. That's,
I think, because the whole losing inside the NBA a year from now, although apparently now they're trying to work out a fourth package to keep Turner involved. But also, like, Mike Breen was the one who thought it should have been a foul on the key block with a minute to go. Breen was the one that said, I think there should have been a foul called there. You know, isn't that what you're supposed to get from your analysts? People are all over him for that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till we're out of here. 16 till we're done talking. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, U.S. Olympic Committee, women's basketball team. What do you think? They left Caitlin Clark off the team. Think they made the right decision or no? That's a mistake. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerandMoulton.com, and vote accordingly.
What do you say? Let's get after it?
Sure.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I've got to say, the site that I've been using for this has changed up their order. They're making it a little more difficult on me. So I've put this more towards sports than anything else lately. But there are some others. Like today in 1752, this guy named Franklin flies a kite.
Whatever became of him or it.
Exactly. 1932, Gene Sorensen wins the British. I always call it the British for David.
Thank
especially
you.
when it's.
I really appreciate that.
some
You
time
mean it's not the Open Championship?
It was today in 77 that Al Geiberger becomes the first PGA Touring pro to break 60 in an event when he shoots 59 at the Danny Thomas Invitational.
Oh, those PGA Tour events in the 70s in which half of them were named after celebrities.
Glenn Campbell had a tournament, David.
Wasn't that the LA Open?
Yes. Sammy Davis had the Greater Hartford Classic.
He had Hartford. Bob Hope, of course, had the Desert Classic, which was
Bing had Pebble.
Right. We're missing a couple here. That's why when JT put his name on the tournament 10 years ago, and then he did signed a 2-3 year contract, and when it was up, he didn't renew. I think it was the Shriners he put his name on.
In Vegas. Today in 85 was a great day for all of us that drank soda because Coca-Cola announces that they're bringing back the 99-year-old recipe.
New Coke went over like a passing gas in church.
Got that right. The Avs complete their sweep of the Panthers today in 96. New Jersey beats Dallas 4-2 in 2000. And today in 2007,
oh, I know.
We went to black.
I know.
The final episode of The Sopranos.
Can't believe it's been 17 years.
I know.
My wife was yelling at the television.
She didn't like it.
What happened? What happened? Is everything okay with the TV? What happened? And then the credits started running. She's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I loved it.
I did too. Oh, my goodness. Bent out of shape.
One, it gave him the opportunity. Again, Gandolfini ends up dying, so they can't do it, but it gave him the opportunity to do so much more if they wanted.
Right. So did he get whacked or not? I guess the creator, Chase, in an interview recently said our thought process behind it was he got whacked.
Judy Garland was born today. Dan Fouts is 73. Elizabeth Hurley is 59. Comedian Bill Burr is 56. And Kate Upton is 32. What did I miss, David?
Today in 1692, the first Salem witch hanging. Yep, the whole Salem witch thing really got going. They escalated that sucker today in 1692.
This escalated quickly?
Well, yeah, it did. I mean, they didn't have the internet to help them along, but yeah.
No.
Alcoholics Anonymous was founded today in 1935. It's helped a lot of people. Worthy of mentioning. Joe Nuxall, youngest major leaguer ever. During the war years, 44, made his Major League Baseball debut at 15 years of age.
pretty young.
Came in the ninth inning. The Reds were losing to the Cardinals 18-0. They brought him into the ninth inning to get the final 2 outs.
$15, huh?
15. Okay. The whole draft thing, we were fighting, we lost a lot of guys. Just saying.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
All right. Let's see here.
If I could just add about Joe Nuxhall. Sure. So he makes that one appearance when he's 15. He doesn't return to the majors for 8 years. But hell, he's still 23.
What, they sent him down?
Okay, yeah, and he just wasn't, they deemed he wasn't good enough. And then once he came back and stuck, he pitched 15 years. Just saying.
For the good today, we go to Walton County, Florida, where a group of medical professionals vacationing rushed to help a teen girl who was attacked by a shark on Friday. 2 15-year-old girls were in waist-deep water when they were attacked on Rosemary Beach in Walton County. Fortunately, the doctors, Ryan Forbes and Muhammad Ali, are both doctors and friends who vacation the area every summer with their families. They heard people panic on the shore. They started running out of the water. And their medical training kicked in as they ran to help the girl who was attacked by the shark. Good job by everybody involved. For the bad, we go to California, where Jason Reitman was washing dishes when an intruder came in his house. The intruder was a bear.
And I really hate when that happens.
There's a Facebook video showing the encounter in which Reitman says, "Hello, are you nice? You're in my house. Get out of my house." Hello, are you nice?
Are you nice?
Fortunately for him, the answer was yes. The bear left without incident. Finally, the ugly. Man has been charged in North Fort Myers with a DUI after crashing into a firefighter responding to a crash scene in North Fort Myers. The firefighter was responding to a crash where a bear was hit and killed, and then he was hit by the drunk driver. Still unsure on the condition of the firefighter, but Hermano Sanchez was immediately taken to jail. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 10th, 2024.
So were you paying attention last night when former Warriors GM Bob Myers there was talking? I think it was pregame. I don't think it was halftime. I think it was pregame.
David, I didn't get volume until mid-second quarter because my wife was finishing up the Bon Jovi documentary.
Gotcha. I totally understand. Yes. Yep. I thought the first 3 parts of it were very good. I didn't think part 4 was good.
She loved every minute of it.
Of course she did. Right. She okay with the gray hair, by the way?
Yeah, she's fine with the gray hair.
Okay, so basically he can do whatever he wants.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That's
good to
pretty
know.
much sums it up.
Yeah, well, it's good to know. Listen, okay. I mean, we all have people like that.
Kate Hudson can do whatever the hell she wants too.
I know you're a big fan. You are. Holly Berry, Hallie, she can do whatever. Elizabeth Shue, honestly, whatever she'd like.
She could throw a shoe at you for all.
She could hit me with a shoe, and I'd say, I haven't had a love tap like that in a long time. So anyway, Bob Myers was commenting about basically the ills of media coverage. It's ironic because he's sitting on a panel on ESPN. And then he was talking about, social media and those. All we do is take down teams and guys now. And he points right at Stephen A. Smith. Like that guy over there. And Stephen A. goes, it's not me, it's social media. And Bob Myers goes, oh, is that it? Not you? And Stephen A. goes, not me. And Bob goes, and says something flippant like, thought it looked like you. And then keeps going. For whatever reason, Stephen A. was not on the postgame show last night. And you know me in postgame.
I know. I turn the game off when it's over. You start getting excited.
Well, I mean, I will say ESPN doesn't go into, they don't give us interviews. I mean, you probably have to watch the SVP Sports Center to give us what Inside the NBA gives us. Never mind the fact that guys don't go on the show the way they seek out going on Inside the NBA. And I just thought that was interesting that Bob Myers took a direct shot at Stephen A. Smith while pointing at Stephen A. Smith on ESPN. And then for whatever reason, SAS was not on the postgame show. And they got the wide angle shot of the set, and there's an empty spot right there.
That's fascinating.
I know.
They pay him a lot of money to be on those postgame shows.
A lot of money. Now, maybe, quite frankly, I mean, is he headed back to New York to do his show this morning? And they let him get an early start, quite frankly, at halftime? Save him an hour and a half? Get out, beat the traffic, go? Seriously, I don't know. I would think not.
I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Is he their biggest star?
Yes. Not their highest paid one yet, but his contract's up in a little over a year. And he wants to be the highest paid guy on the network.
That's going to happen then.
Okay. I mean, guy I work for reportedly makes 18.
Well, I don't know about the highest paid, but I mean the highest paid talking
Host?
head, if you will.
Okay. Yeah. 7 games in Major League Baseball tonight, including the Rays trying to avoid the 4-game sweep at home against the Orioles. It's on FS1 at 10-7. For what that's worth. Yankees and Royals playing each other. They're both above 500. So, it's a decent series. Obviously, game 2 in the battle for Lord Stanley's Cup is tonight. 8 o'clock ABC. I don't know if you noticed, they moved Sean McDonough because usually the booth position is very high. They moved, and he
commented about it.
Yeah, and they moved him down, mid-level and kind of created a mini booth space for him.
Took some really good seats away from some people to make that booth.
Right.
That's an expensive press box right there.
I mean, fortunately, it's him and him alone because, Ray Ferraro's in between the glass there. But 4-3 Panthers tonight. By the way, I'm betting the over on a Panthers game, which is probably not the smart thing to do, but I'd go over tonight. I think we're seeing some goals. I think we might even see some OT.
I think Edmonton wins in overtime.
Oh, look at you.
3-2.
So you're going under because the over-under is 5.5, right?
Yes.
I'm going over tonight. I would take the Oilers in the goal and a half for what that's worth, though. I really think we get a 1-goal game tonight.
So hard to bet that with the empty netters.
I know.
In the way in which they pull goaltenders now.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Hey, there is one college baseball game tonight.
Georgia and NC State, right?
Correct. Which means, Mark, that all 8 teams that will be in Omaha for the College World Series will be from either the SEC or the ACC. No Big 12, no Big East, no Pac-12. No Big 10. Zip. Nope. Nada.
I was pulling hard for Evansville. They got whooped yesterday by Tennessee, but to see him come and win game 2, I thought that would have been quite a story to see a 4 seed make their way to Omaha. A 4 seed in a region.
Against the number 1 overall seed in the tournament.
Right.
Yeah. So there you have it. It's U.S. Open week in golf, Pinehurst. You'll start hearing a lot about that.
Wonder who's going to be favored.
Oh, supposedly Tiger shot a 29 on the front nine in a practice round yesterday, Mark.
He's not going to make the cut.
No, he's not. Though he did finish third there in 99. Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your day, and thanks for watching us.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years?
That's why. Now you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
It's funny. I can hear you without that third one being on, but you can't hear me.
Correct.
Without the third camera. All right. I was excited for a half a second. Ready for this promo?
Sure.
We're rolling.
I'm just checking to see if by chance the Hurley news had come out. So we got David Sampson, Danny Hurley's decision, and game 2 of the Cup.
That works.
So, okay. Coming up Tuesday on Miller and Moulton,
David Sampson stops by for his weekly visit.
Danny Hurley makes his decision.
And what happened in game 2 of the Stanley Cup final?
Miller and Moulton, Tuesday, 6 a.m. That is a professional job right there. Yeah, we don't get rain till tomorrow. You're going to get your round in?
I doubt it.
Damn. High today of 98 here, by the way.
Unless we're going to play in the rain, which I don't really want to do.
Reached 100 here yesterday.
Ugh.
99 or 100.
It was the first walk outside, and it hit you with humidity this morning. When I walked out this morning to take Frank out, I was like, I'll be damned.
All right. If I hear anything about anything.
Oh, hang on. I got to probably end the stream.